Welcome to the Ageas Bowl, where we are 5 minutes away from getting underway. Day 4, the final day of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. Now, the state of play as we come into this final day is that Somerset in their second innings are 102 for 2. That was off 32 overs. They batted the whole of the evening session, and they still need, if they are to win this game, 400. Is that likely, I hear you say? Probably not. But is it more likely that Hampshire take 8 wickets? Well, if I'm honest, they may do, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon because it is a fairly docile pitch out there. So anyway, we'll wait and see. One thing we can promise you is going to be another very hot day here on the South Coast. Your commentary team today is one less, but no less enthusiastic. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist and historian. He floats between being honorary and just historian and archivist, depending on what we decide to call him, really. He's here, and myself, Kevin James, obviously is here. And next to me, from BBC Somerset and also Bristol, it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, good morning. Let's turn you on.
Ooh, good morning, Kevin. Yes. What's the most likely outcome? I think a Hampshire win is the most likely outcome. But I spoke to Sean Dixon last night after he'd finished the day on 63 not out, and he said it was actually not a bad pitch at all. A little bit of inconsistent bounce, a little bit of turn, but mostly out of the bowler's footmarks, and therefore fairly wide in terms of the stumps. And I also bumped into Jack Brooks, who was full of beans and confidently predicted. He said, "I'm not going to have to bat tomorrow. That's me done for this game of cricket. We'll knock them off with 4 or 5 wickets in hand." So there is some, I wouldn't quite say confidence, but the spirits in the Somerset dressing room are still reasonably high, despite the fact that Hampshire must be overwhelming favourites to polish this game off, probably by about mid-afternoon.
Yes, it's an easy-paced pitch, that's for sure. You feel that Liam Dawson might be the person to unlock the door, as he did last night with the first wicket out of Tom Lammerby, who came down the wicket thinking it was going to turn out of the rough, and it didn't. He was stumped. Then James Fuller, who we hadn't seen in the first innings, came on and got one to bounce and lift on Tom Abel. But believe me, for a pace bowler on this wicket to get one to bounce and lift is a pretty decent effort, so you won't see too many of those. So well, this is the state of play as Rob Bailey and Ben Debenham, the 2 umpires, come out. I'm just showing Dave Allen the lunch menu. Oh, you brought some lunch. Okay, oh, look at that. It's good, isn't it? Saving the club 15 quid or whatever it is. Anyway, so we're sorted, and from that front, that's good news. And here come the Hampshire players and the 2 not-out batsmen, who are Sean Dixon, who played very nicely for his 63 last night off 99 balls, and Andy Mead, who was looking good for his 21 as well. And together, they have so far put on an unbroken partnership of 64. But with another 400 to win, and more importantly, 3 sessions to bat, 96 overs. We're guaranteed 96 if this game goes the whole way, and they've got to bat long.
It's a minimum of 96, and it could actually be more than that, depending on how many overs that Liam Dawson gets to bowl. But we're not going to have Liam Dawson first up. That looks like Kyle Abbott to me at the end of his mark at the pavilion end. Rob Bailey just adjusting the bails and stumps at our hotel end. It's going to be Andy Mead to take the first ball. He's got 2 slips for company. Liam Dawson at first slip, and James Vince, the captain, at second. Got a short mid-wicket, a straightish square leg, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, backward point, and a long leg, Mohammed Abbas. So here we go. It's Abbott into Umeed. Is there Bowles and Umeed Gets in behind a defensive shot. The crowds have got smaller with every day of this game, and it's a very small and select gathering here this morning. Still a decent contingent of Somerset supporters, some of whom have made the not very long journey across from Somerset, others based more locally. And they haven't given up hope of a Somerset avoiding defeat. I think I haven't met anyone who's particularly confident that Somerset can score the 400 more runs that they need in 96 overs at a rate of just over 4 runs and over. But survival is definitely a possibility. Sean Dixon saying it's just a question of playing each ball on its merits, going along over by over, session by session, not getting too far ahead of themselves. This bounces a little bit on Umeed, who plays it well, keeps it down into the onside. Kyle Abbott, the scourge of Somerset, as we've been saying, 58 wickets against them at an average of just under 18 runs apiece. And he almost single-handedly, of course, destroyed Somerset's championship hopes back in 2019. If Somerset had won that game, and they were twice in a position to do so, the championship would have been theirs. Abbott's in and bowls, and he's right on the money right from the start. First 4 deliveries, all on a good length, all making the batsman play. But Andy Umeed is a patient, phlegmatic character who has scored one of the slowest first-class hundreds in the county championship when he was playing for Warwickshire back in 2017. So he's no stranger to long vigils at the crease. As Abbott comes bustling in again and bowls, and this is cut away. It comes off an edge. Played that a long way from his body, did Andy Umeed, rather chased after it. He's got away with it. It went through about 4th or 5th slip in the air down to the 3rd man boundary for the first runs of the morning. He moves on to 25, Somerset on to 106 for 2. Pitch has got paler with every day as well. The sun working on it. It's not quite such a clear blue sky this morning as it has been on previous days. It's just a little bit hazy overhead, but it's going to be hot this afternoon. Abbott in bowls, and this time it's on off stump, coming back in towards Umeed, who plays it out into the offside, and that concludes the first over. Umeed on 25, Dixon 63, 106 for 2. Kyle Abbott has figures of 5 overs, no maidens, none for 13. The wicket takers last night, Liam Dawson getting Tom Lammonby stumped. Lammonby, for a reason known only to himself, decided to give Dawson the charge almost as soon as he came into the attack, and came down the pitch, played for the spin, which wasn't there, and was comfortably stumped by Ben Brown. Mohammed Abbas is going to open the bowling from the hotel end, and he has the best record of any current bowler or any bowler in the last 30 years on a specific ground, and the ground in Mohammed Abbas's case is this one. He's taken 73 wickets here at an average of under 15 runs apiece. He's in now to bowl to Dixon. And Dixon comes watchfully forward. Sean Dixon, who is shortly to become a father, he told me. Oh! I asked him if he thought that his place in the side was at risk, and whether he was playing for his place in the side. He said no. He said, I'm about to become a father again. I may not play the last 2 games in any case, and I'm just playing my normal game. So congratulations to Sean Dixon.
So who's going to win that race, Josh Davey or him?
I think Josh Davey. Yeah. Outside the off stump, no shot from Dixon. But yeah, he's a phlegmatic character, is Sean Dixon, with a dry sense of humour. When I said you haven't had a particularly good season in the county championship, he said, "Oh, thanks for reminding me of that."
Was he averages 33 career? And he's averaging 23 this year, you're right. Yeah.
Abbas to Dixon. Dixon forward, watchfully in defence.
So he's playing his 10th game in the championship, so he's played a fair few, isn't he? I think it's missed one then or something.
Yes, I can't remember.
Two, might have missed two.
I can't remember why he picked up an injury. Somerset had Cameron Bancroft early in the season, the Australian opener. Played for him in the first 3 games, I think it was. Didn't score any runs at all. Wasn't a particularly happy start to the season for Somerset. Abbas is in and bowls on good length. Half forward. Dixon playing that from the crease out to the offside. Quiet start this morning. I think the spectators would be numbered in their hundreds rather than into 4 figures. But it's actually quite pleasant at the moment. It's not too hot, but it will get hot this afternoon, assuming we're still here, middle of the afternoon. Abbas in and bowls. Appeal. He's bowled. He's bowled. Off stump is jagged back. And, well, Sean Dixon's innings comes to a sad conclusion. Good ball from Mohammed Abbas, just nipped back in between bat and pad, knocked over the off stump.
Which one went away a little bit, straightened on him. Yep. Just went past the outside edge, actually. Anthony, looking on the live picture feed, it actually was a beauty. Just watch it again. Here's the replay. Abbas in. Just straightened enough, just to get it past that outside edge and clip the off stump.
He was almost playing for the one that nipped back in, and it went the other way. Oh well, not the ideal start for Somerset. 106 for 3, and Dixon makes his way back to the pavilion. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore coming down the steps. It's not really a situation designed for Tom Kohler-Cadmore, this one.
Is he going to play a few shots?
I expect so. I've never seen him play an innings without a few shots. He's a firm believer that attack is the best form of defence. He's a great admirer of baseball.
I mean, that's fair enough. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, it's, at the end of the day, if you play an absolutely outrageous shot and are out when your team's fighting hard to save the game, then you do leave yourself open. But of course, sometimes when a player is playing the way he does over a long period of time, actually trying to save the game actually feels fun in a way.
Yeah.
Rather than just block, waiting for the odd bad ball. Because it is that sort of wicket, really. I mean, if you're just a normal player here, there's a lot of opportunities to score. Maybe it does need somebody to come in and just take the ball by the horns a little bit, but don't look reckless. Don't be reckless.
Well, Sean Dixon lasting just 5 deliveries this morning after batting so well last night, but beaten by a really good one. You couldn't say that was batsman error. That was down to the bowling excellence. Abbas in and bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, who's pushing and running straight away as a shy at the stumps, and he hits. But I think that Andrew Mead was just home with umpire Ben Devlin was in the perfect position to make that call. And good piece of fielding by, was that Fletcher Middleton?
Toby Albert.
Toby Albert. with the pick up and throw, but a nervous single. He just pushed that into the offside and set off. Did Tom Kohler-Cadmore. And Andy Umeed wasn't expecting the call, went a little bit back on his heels.
Oh, he's broken the stump.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, being reckless can also include running your partner out. So, I mean, it's getting a round of applause there. Mo Abbasi's second wicket of the game, one in the first innings. You know, I mean, it also sometimes helps your opposing batter, you know, all of a sudden where the tempo is perhaps increased, and I think sometimes that actually helps you as a player. You can get into a little sort of dogged frame of mind sometimes. I'm not saying Umeed is or might be, but I think sometimes it can help lift a player when you've got somebody coming in the other end that you know you've got to perhaps keep on your toes, and it just sort of helps you. John Skews has emailed soloncricket@gmail.com this morning. He says, good morning, how will Hampshire get the 8 wickets today? Well, it's down to 7 now. I suggest that Nick Gubbins be given a bowl, as the wicket is clearly taking some spin. I cannot recall Vince giving him a bowl in a championship match, but he has actually this year. But I could be wrong. In the Metro Bank Cup, he bowled well for some lengthy spells. Yes, he did. Now, he did actually take a wicket. Yes, it was the ball. It was called the ball of the season, certainly by Dave Allen. You may just have heard that in the background, and by many others as well. And I'll come back to that one as Kyle Abbott gets ready to bowl the next over from the pavilion end. Because Nick Gubbins, in the game where, against Middlesex, it was called the Liam Dawson game, because of Dawson's runs and wickets. He sneaked in with a wicket himself. That's full. That's driven up to the bowler's end where it crashes into the stumps. Well, all of a sudden, since Kohler-Cadmore has come in, the ball is arrowing on the stumps for one reason or another. He bowled 5 overs, 1 for 12 in that, and I forget who he got out, but I spoke to Liam Dawson after the game and I said, you've taken 500,000 wickets in this game, but actually Nick Gubbins probably bowled the best ball of the match. And he said, yes, he did, and he hasn't stopped talking about it. So there you are. He actually did have an over in another game somewhere, but listen, it doesn't happen very often in the championship. But he has had a bowl. He bowled 1 over against Kent at Canterbury. There we are. Forward is Kohler-Cadmore, pushing it out to mid-off. Even that, he's looking to take a single. So be on your toes, Mr. Umeed. 107 for 3, 395 needed.
Two very contrasting batsmen, Andy Umeed and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, either end of the sort of attack stroke defence spectrum. Kohler-Cadmore does not like to be tied down. Andy Umeed is perfectly happy, just keeping out the good balls and picking out a few runs off the not so good ones.
Here's Abbott into, he's coming down the wicket, playing a missing. Well, at least something's happening with Kohler-Cadmore out there, and probably not quite sure what you're going to get at the moment. Mike Martin has also emailed soloncricket@gmail.com. He says, looking forward to today, and Liam Dawson spinning us to victory with another 10-wicket haul to go with his ton. But I fear Surrey's win yesterday means the title race is over. Well, it is from a Hampshire point of view. Mathematically, they cannot catch them. I think the best Hampshire can do, really, let's be honest, is probably third behind Essex as well. But that'll be a big game between the two in a couple of weeks' time at Chelmsford. Shame, and us Hampshire fans can't help but wonder how long this bowling attack can keep going. Here's Abbott, one of those in question, I guess, as Cadmore pushes that into the gap in the covers, or pick up a single. And he moves on to 2, and it's 108 for 3. Next year, of course, they will all be a year older. The future looks bright with the children, with the kids, he says, doing so well in the one-day cup. That's right, Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly, to name but 2. But not sure we have a championship worth attack without Abbott, Abbas and Barker. Good management to get Albert and Preston to this team, though, and good to finish off the season well, especially against the teams currently top and second. And, of course, we have a one-day final to look forward to as well. Yeah, a week on Saturday, looking forward to that live commentary. With 1 or 2 of the usual suspects up there as well outside the off stump. Mead leaves alone. I think I can almost confirm that commentary lineup actually from the BBC. It's certainly myself, Sean Irvine, former Hampshire all-rounder. Melissa Story will also be there as well, and we'll be teaming up with the BBC Leicester guys as well. So I think they've firmed up their commentary team, but I don't want to say just in case. 108 for 3, just a couple of other lines from Mike Martin. He says, like many fans, I can't make it to Trent Bridge next Saturday. Any chance of moving it back to Lord's? I'll have a word. Here comes Abbott. Hamid is pushing that up to mid-on, end of the over. I'll tell you where there is a great venue which could host it. A certain Ageas Bowl, says Mike Martin. 108 for 3 then. So this morning we have had 6 runs for the loss of Sean Dixon.
We have, and that was a good over from Kyle Abbott, who must have warmed up well this morning, because he's been right on the mark right from the very first ball. Just one loose delivery outside the off stump that Umeed got an edge to, and it ran away down to the third man. Otherwise, he's been there or thereabouts. Now, it'd be interesting to see what Tom Cutler-Cadmore does with Mohammed Abbas.
Use his feet?
Well, he used his feet to Keith Barker in the first innings, was given out LBW. Abbas in and bowls, and this time he's forward again. He's looking for a single, as that's played straight to Keith Barker at mid-off. Fielders need to be on their toes.
Yeah.
As indeed, as Kevin was saying, does Andrew Mead.
And I suspect that Barker and at mid-on Toby Albert have come a couple of paces closer, actually. But it's good to watch, isn't it? I mean, I quite like this approach. As I say, as long as he doesn't try and slog across the line to a good length ball.
Well, wouldn't put it past him. Abbas is in and bowls. This is a full-length delivery, which has just run down towards the third-man boundary, off an open face. Good piece of batting. Didn't go too hard at that at all, just concentrated on getting the face of the bat onto a ball that was pitched up outside his off stump, invited the shot and executed it very well. Brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 6, Somerset on to 112 for 3. If you're just joining us on the BBC Sport website and app, or on the Hampshire live stream, Somerset lost their first wicket this morning to the 5th ball of the 2nd over, bowled by Mohammed Abbas, who got one past Sean Dixon's outside edge and knocked back the off stump. Dixon not adding to his overnight score. This again is run down to backward point, more than what, short third man, and there's just the single this time. 113 for 3. So I wonder if we will see Sean Dixon against Kent. I guess it will depend on when the baby arrives. If the baby has arrived before a week on Tuesday, I suspect he's done enough to keep his place in the side with that 63. But if it hasn't arrived, then that would give Jason Kerr the perfect opportunity to rest Sean Dixon and give one of the others a go. So this is pushed into the offside. The 2 significant others being Lewis Goldsworthy and Tom Banton, both of whom are here, but neither of whom has played a championship match all season.
Well, I think you guys are pretty safe in the championship table as well. So this is a time when you can actually just bring 1 or 2 others in without too much damage being done.
Absolutely. Mo Abbas then, straight approach, long strides. He's there, bowls, and this is edged and caught, and that is the end of Andrew Umeed. Caught at first slip, straight forward outside edge. Liam Dawson taking the catch, and that's the second Somerset wicket to go down this morning for the addition of just 11 runs. Just did enough. It was a good length ball, moved a little bit off the seam, took the outside edge of Umeed's defensive bat. He wasn't trying to play an expansive shot or anything, and a straightforward catch to first slip. So it's looking as if this is going to be over sooner rather than later. 113 for 4.
Well, they played so well, didn't they? Umeed and Dixon last night, 64 unbroken, their partnership coming into this morning, and they both departed within the space of 20 minutes, both of Mo Abbas. From me, that's been a real bonus already this morning. I think getting 2 wickets might have taken a little bit longer than that, but Abbas has just found a nice little spot, hasn't he, really? And he's got the ball just to do just enough.
Bounced a little bit more, didn't it?
Just enough. It's not doing lots, there's just something there. And quite often you'll find, when a batter's batted for quite a long time the night before, and Hamid had batted for 49 deliveries, I mean, that's not a lot, but it's enough, that you come in the morning and you're perhaps not as set as you think you are. Whereas if he'd have walked in this morning, having not batted at all yesterday, I think sometimes, situations like that, you might leave it. But I think because you've got your 20 odd behind you and you've batted for quite a while the night before, you actually think, oh, I'm all right, I'm in good positions, I can do this and that. So
I suppose,
sometimes it can be a downfall having batted a lot the night before.
He could have, but it was pitch on a good full length.
It was a good delivery,
and it was not far off a line of off stump, and he must have felt that he had to play it.
Sure. Oh yeah, no, I'm probably being a little bit unkind to him, but I think we see it so often in many games. But I mean, Sean Dixon got a beauty, there's no doubt about that. But he only faced 5 more balls this morning, and Hamid faced 10 more balls. So they've been got out quite quickly, haven't they?
They have. James Rue is the new batsman, left-hander. As Abbas is in and bowls to him outside the off stump, and Rue lets it go through to wicketkeeper Ben Brown. And I did say to James Rue last night, just had a quick chat with him, not on the air. You may need to repeat your double century against Hampshire. 221 he got against Hampshire back in July, and that's exactly what Somerset need from him here today.
Well, he does have the potential to bat long, and that's what you need now, that's for sure. Hampshire don't need seeing a batter walk to the crease. That's what you don't really want. Listen, they can all play. All the top batters. Gets another round of applause. He just acknowledges the crowd as well down there, just to our left at fine leg. But they're the ones that in this situation will potentially hurt you, not the ones that play lots of shots and get in and out and maybe get 50 or 60 quickly, as that's turned away by Kohler Cadmore down to Abbas. Oh, he's fallen over. Oh, please tell me he's okay. Oh, yes, he's got up. He's just looking at the ground rather than looking at the ball. Oh, that was a bit of a worry when he slipped over. You don't want that. I remember, I think it was 2 seasons ago, where Hampshire were in a pretty good position again as regards maybe challenging for the title, and it was in September, and we were in Warwickshire, and he stepped on the ball. Did Mo Abbas, and he clearly struggled, and Hampshire, I think it was the last day, Hampshire had to take wickets. And here's Abbott bowls. Cadmore drives down the ground, and that should be 4 runs. It is. Fuller's not going to reach that one in time. Cadmore moves on to 13, 119 for 4. And it was one of those where you thought, right, well, overnight that could stiffen up and that sort of thing. So I just remember getting to the ground and thinking, is he going to come out? Is he going to be walking? And he was walking a bit gingerly, but he was sort of okay in the end. I'm not sure he ran up as well as he normally does, but he got through it. And I remember speaking to 1 or 2 of the players, and they said when they were down at breakfast, they were all looking at each other, waiting for Mo to come down and see how he would have walked into the breakfast room. They were all that worried, because he was that, well, he is that important. Here comes Abbott into Kohler Cadmore's forward, plays it into the ground. Not quite sure what that is, and that's bouncing quite close to the stumps on the leg side. One of those where you hit it into the ground quite hard and it bounces up. But
Glenn McGrath did that, didn't he, in the 2005 Ashes series?
Same ground.
Yeah.
Beware of standing on cricket balls at Edgbaston. But Mo Abbas was right. He's still looking at his studs now, actually. There must be just a dewy patch down there that has not quite dried out in the morning sun. But he's all right. That's good. You always worry when, any player just goes down for no reason. You're never quite sure how they're going to get up. He's all right though, 100%. 383 is the target from here. It's a tall order, of course, as Abbott comes in. Certainly more now, so as 2 wickets have been taken. Let's work to square leg where Toby Albert fields, who's got a nice big sun hat there, actually. It's almost like a lampshade, huh? I think there are sun hats and sun hats. That looks a little bit bigger than an average one. Cadmore has 13 of 12.
So you take a leaf out of Mark Davis's book. He doesn't pronounce the cola either.
I'm just being lazy. You're right. No, cola. Well, I know everybody says T. What do they say? TKC, don't they? Really?
TKC.
I didn't want to be too familiar, to be honest. Here's Abbott. Cola Cadmore forward.
Guess what his
Abbott
nickname
kicks the
is?
ball away.
Guess what his nickname is?
Go on.
Pepsi.
Pepsi.
Pepsi Cola.
Oh. It's obvious when you hear it.
Yeah.
Hear the answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Oh, Pepsi. So they all go around calling him Pepsi. Other fizzy drinks makes available.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I like that. Yeah.
Dave likes that one as well. I certainly wouldn't do that on commentary. 6 runs off the over from Abbott so far. Last ball coming up. Just taking his time. There was a short mid-wicket. Looks like Tom Preston there. As Abbott comes in and bowls down the wicket again. Inside edge onto the pad. Cola Cadmore not frightened to use his feet. We saw that with Surrey, actually, at the Oval, second game of the season. It was noticeable to have several Surrey players, and Ollie Pope was the main one, when Abbas and Abbott were bowling, would come down the wicket at them. And it's quite interesting.
Trying to disrupt the
that's right.
the bowlers.
Because they know that they know that they're always there or thereabouts. So it was quite interesting, and it was effective because Pope got runs. So, interesting to see Cola Cadmore adopting that same approach. 119 for 4. Abbas to bowl next over, and Abbas this morning has 2 for 6.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, hasn't he? On what must be his favourite ground, because of his extraordinary record here, number of wickets he's taken here over the years at so little cost, less than 15 runs apiece.
It's not too shabby, is it? That's pretty handy. Looking at the ball again, I would keep
I
it.
wouldn't have thought they want to
Don't
change it.
do that at all, because Somerset this morning have lost 2 for 17.
Yes, it's not been a great start. Last 2 specialist batsmen together in James Rew and Tom Cola Cadmore. The all-rounders to come, Lewis Gregory and Ben Green. It's Abbas 3 slips now for James Rew. He's there and bowls, and Rew let someone go through. Didn't go past the off stump by very much. Just a little bit of in-swing to the down the left-hander's leg side after the ball had passed the stumps. Wouldn't expect to see much swing on a day like this. Not a cloud, a proper cloud in the sky. Hardly a breath of wind. The breeze that we had yesterday has disappeared. Trees stock still all around the ground. Abbas in and bowls, and runs down the face of James Rew's defensive bat. Bounces through to James Vince, who comes across from second slip to pick it up. If Somerset are going to have any hope at all of saving this game, these two, you feel, have got to put a partnership together.
Yep.
It's no good leaving it to the all-rounders and the bowlers as a magpie goes across the ground. Unlucky for some. Good morning, Mr. Magpie. As this is played to the left of Keith Barker at mid-on, and well, it didn't bring James Rew any ill luck on that occasion. Good test of Rew's temperament. He's very calm. Doesn't get ahead of himself, but he could do with a few runs. Since that 220, he hasn't been particularly prolific. This is whipped away into the onside, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, who is Tom Prest.
Ooh. Umpire's having a look at Mo Abbas's follow-through.
He is.
He'll be strict today, weren't they, really, with the spinners probably needed. Will bowl a lot.
Is he going to go around the wicket? Looks if he is going to go around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, I don't think that's anything to worry about. He does that quite a bit. Abbott, likewise.
Abbas to Rue. Takes him on the pad. Clearly going down, bowled from fairly wide of the crease around the wicket. The angle taking it down past the leg stump. You'd be looking to angle it in towards James Rue and then just get it to hold its own off the pitch. Maybe a little bit of inconsistent bounce he can work with as well, although there's nothing the bowler can do really to influence the bounce of the ball, other than sometimes don't bowl it with the seam up. This is a defensive shot, runs off the outside part of James Rue's bat. It's the end of the over. It was a maiden. Mohammed Abbas has figures of 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10, and after the first half an hour it's been very much Hampshire's day so far, and hopefully Dave Allen will bring Somerset rather better luck.
He was saying just that to me before the start of the day about Abbott. I keep saying, when I think of Abbas, I keep saying Abbott. It's Abbott, of course. We'll continue from that pavilion end. I've just held on to this email actually, Dave, so when you're all plugged in and what have you next to me, I'll read it out as Abbott comes in, bowls to Kohler Cadmore. He's trying to be positive out there. Drive on the up, strong drive, but only as far as mid-off, and there is no run. Morning, Dave.
Good morning.
Now, I have Chris Hutchins this email.
Hi, Chris.
solentcricket@gmail.com. Emails to say, really enjoying the commentary this season as I work as a cricket data analyst for Opta Stats Perform. I guess other data analyst companies available. Been in touch with Dave Allen recently.
He has.
Oh.
Yep. And we might meet up and have a chat at some point, probably in the winter.
Which is why you can see why I left this email. Oh, he's playing inside the line. He just looked a little bit indecisive initially as the ball went through to Ben Brown. And have received his excellent book on the 1973 County Championship win.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, the 7th of September, it will be 37 years since Hampshire won the 1986 Sunday League title, beating Surrey by 3 runs at the Oval.
And you were there, Jomo.
Well, I didn't save it for that reason, but he actually does go on to say a certain KD James top score.
He did, and I was there and loved it. Because we really struggled in that game, didn't we?
Yeah.
You came in middle order and we needed your runs.
Well, he just pointed something out which I didn't realise. Kohler Cadmore's looking for a single as he goes up to extra cover, but there isn't one. He said, and vitally hits a 4 off the final ball of the Hampshire innings, which proved integral to the Renara victory. I was there as a 13-year-old, says Chris, with my best mate, and we'd gone up on the Hampshire official travel coach. I've attached the photos of the programme as well. I've got a photo, actually, of us all on the balcony receiving the trophy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Peter Walker, the old Glamorgan guy who used to do the Sunday League, he was up there. Charlie Knott was up there in that photograph.
Yeah.
I took loads of photographs that day on transparencies and lost them all.
Oh dear. Kohler Cadmore drives again strongly up to mid-off. He does look quite powerful out there. Well, it's quite interesting. This scorecard, he's obviously filled in as the game has gone on. Has me down at number 9.
No, I don't.
Yeah. He's got Gordon Greenwich, Paul Terry, Robin Smith, Mark maybe I was number 9 in the scorecard. Oh, yeah, no, you're right, actually. Oh, no, he's scrubbed it out.
I was going to say
and I batted at number 6.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, apologies, everybody. It was just a printed programme, which, of course, he's altered. Tim Tremlett came in at number 9.
Yep.
So, Kohler Cadmore as he edged that through. Not out, says the umpire. Abbott looked more convinced than most. He didn't even turn round to the umpire, but Ben Debenham stood his ground And I'm not sure. I felt it, but then again, I'm quite a long way from the action. Don't know what you thought, Dave.
I saw nothing that would convince me it was a catch, but then I mean, I heard nothing on the effects mic, and
I think it was his bat.
Yeah. Anthony suggested the bat made contact with the surface or the pad or something, and I think that's okay.
Not a great shot, though. If I'm honest.
No.
A little bit loose outside of the off stump, but Colin Cadmore is going to play his way. He's 13 off 19, 119 for 4 as Abbott comes in again. And bowls down the wicket comes Colin Cadmore, edge past the diving of course now at second slip it's James Vincey. It goes down to third and it's going to be 4 runs.
Well, Pepsi is not going to die wondering, is he? And I love that nickname. Cricketers' nicknames are often not terrific, really. You know, they just kind of play. Were you J-Mo?
I was lots. J-Mo is the one that I can say on air.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. But I like imaginative nicknames of sports people, and that often isn't the case, really. But I don't know. And there are some names that work better than others, of course, just abbreviated. And I mean, what would you call Len Hutton? We wouldn't call him Hutto, really, would you? I don't think. There we are. So, yeah, well, I remember that day vividly, and I thought for a lot of it we weren't going to win it. And even towards the end, who was that big Surrey guy that hit the ball hard? Big built man. Moa Bass bowling round the wicket, and suddenly just squeezes that down to the man at third slip. No run.
Was it Teddy Thomas? Left-hander?
Yeah, might have been him, I think. Was he a left-hander?
Yeah, he was. Left-arm bowler. Quite sharp. He was sharp.
That's right. I think he came in and started hitting us about a bit. And Cardi dropped a catch, but then redeemed himself by taking wickets. So, I don't know. It's all in the mists of my memory. These things kind of come back. But in the end, it was I'd gone to London in the morning to the Whitechapel Gallery to take lots of transparencies of an exhibition, which I kept. Moa Bass bowls, and that's just pushed up to mid-on, no run. And somehow I kept those transparencies for years and years when I was teaching art history, but never could find what I'd done with all the other end of the film, the transparencies of Hampshire beating. Sorry, that was a bit sad, but there we are. There are photographs of it anyway.
Well, Thomas got 34.
Yeah.
Coming in at 7.
Yeah.
So that's right. He was.
Yeah. And it was a low scorer, wasn't it? It was sort of 150, he plays 140 or something. I can't remember that.
146. So he got. Yeah. It was a low scoring game.
Yeah. Moa Bass in again. So it's just played defensively out.
Top scorer was Alan Butcher at the top of the innings with 45.
Ah, that's right, yes, because he was going quite well, and I was thinking, you know, we hadn't made a big total, and they were going quite nicely, and we won it.
Malcolm Marshall, 8 overs, 2 for 27.
Yeah. He was quite good, wasn't he?
He wasn't the slowest. 2 for 21, Cardigan Connor.
Yes, that was what I remember. And there was a big catch went up in the last over, if I remember, off him.
And it went to me. That's all. Caught James.
That's right, yes. A Bass bowls.
Oh!
Well through him there, just pushed forward at that. And Rue has now been in for 11 balls without scoring, which I don't think that matters terribly. Kevin was talking interestingly earlier about how you play a day like this if you are Somerset. I was stopped by somebody on my way round. I went to the shop this morning just to check out the book sale, and if you've helped us out with the book sale, that's terrific, because we've raised a few £100 for Hampshire Cricket Heritage, which is just great, really, because the last big spend we did was on the Derek Shackleton stuff, and very soon no doubt there'll be a big auction of Kevin James memorabilia, and we'll be able to buy some of that. Moa Bass in, and he just drives it up to mid-on. And you must have a bit at home,
well, I was going to say, you might be able to buy a broom to sweep the floor with.
But what about the ball against India? You got that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you are. You see, that'd be worth loads of money.
Oh, you'll have to buy the broom handle with that.
Especially if you sign it. Chris was saying earlier about the booklet, and people sometimes, they're very kind, they say to me, would you sign it? And I say, well, it depends if you want to put it on eBay, because if I sign it, it'll be worth even less. There we are. I was stopped. Oh, they just brought in covers come right in Nick Gubbins now. He's in a crouching catching position, but it's still really cover, not sending it off, and he almost goes to pick that up, but it goes out square on the offside. Kevin just gestures with the thought of that ball just doing a bit as he comes around the wicket, moving away. I was stopped on the way round, and we'd gone through some record scores of Hampshire conceding victory and so on. Somebody said to me, what about the records on this ground? And I hadn't done it. Well, I have now. Anyway, I promised I would let people know about that. And there, there hasn't been much actually, and I remember the game. The highest winning score on this ground by our opponents was 20 years ago. Northant scored 330 for 5 after John Crawley had declared with us only 2 down. So 330 for 5 is a long way short of what Somerset need today.
Well, here's Abbott. Pass to Cola Cadmore. Forward at that one. He's out on the leg side. Right, so that is the highest winning score on this ground.
On this ground, yeah. 4th innings winning score, yeah. And the only other winning score on this ground above 300 was 305 for 5 by Yorkshire in 2015. So, there are not many. Our highest 4th innings on this ground is only 300. And it was a bit horrid, really. You will remember it was only last year, at this time of the year, against Kent, when we were still theoretically in contention for the championship. We'd collapsed in the first innings and got 300. So not big scores in the 4th innings here.
We still lost that one, didn't we? It was a horrible waft outside the off stump from Cola Cadmore. You had a feeling that was coming. That is a bit of a hopeful shot.
Yeah, we had that horrid end to the season, didn't we, where we lost that game to Kent, who weren't very high up, and then we went to Edgbaston and should have won that 4th innings.
That was a thriller.
That was a thriller. Well, yeah, sure, but I just meant in terms of where we ended up in the championship against where, after 12 games, we thought we might be. Because I think the game before Kent was probably that game against Northants here, where we won just as that enormous downpour.
Yes.
They were rushing off and getting soaked.
James Fuller.
Yeah, that's right.
With the wicket in the nick of time. Cola Cadmore gets a length ball, pushes that up to mid-off, not out of the middle of the bat. Score remains on 123 for 4. Mike Martin says he was at the Oval. He says 1986. It was 87 actually, wasn't it?
No, 86.
Oh, it was 86.
Yeah, it was 86.
Apologies.
Yeah.
He says he remembers all the things we've been talking about, but he says when we won, Malcolm Marshall, the Leighton great, was right in front of us, and he never saw the great man so thrilled.
Yeah. Well, it was his first trophy with us, and of course he didn't win much with us, which is kind of odd if you think about it. He didn't play in the first 2 Lord's finals. Steve Jeffries and Akib Javid.
Cola Cadmore does get a bat on this one, and it goes behind point past a diving Fletcher Middleton, I think that is, and he goes back towards the boundary to pick it up, and Cola Cadmore will pick up 3 and takes his personal score onto 20, the team score onto 126 for 4. And Malcolm played in one of the finals, didn't he?
Yeah, 92 against Kent.
Right, yeah, so he did play in.
And he was again thrilled. But do you remember that game? I'm pretty sure it was the Northants semi-final in 1990 at Northants Road.
That was the year I was injured. I didn't play.
Oh yeah. Well, I think we lost it off the last ball by 1 run. Can't quite remember. Malcolm was man of the match, and he'd had a stand with David Gower that almost rescued us. And he was so distraught he wouldn't go and collect the medal.
Oh really?
Just which was a measure of how much he cared about Hampshire, really.
Abbott switching to round the wicket to the left hand of James Rue, comes in from the pavilion end and bowls. Rue gets one that's wide. He thought about having a cut and then decided that he wouldn't. Through to Ben Brown. So we've had just about 45 minutes of play this morning. Hampshire looking to pick up 8 wickets for a victory. They picked up 2 inside the first 20 minutes, both from Mohammed Abbas. Beauty, that's one that straightened on Sean Dixon. He was out for 63. didn't add to his overnight total, and Andy Hamid got one that just bounced a little bit just outside off stump. Well caught by Liam Dawson at first slip. He went for 25. He only added 4 to his overnight total. So, Somerset rocked by those early wickets. Rue and Kohler Cadmore looking to establish a partnership here as well, as Rue drives, not timed, goes out to extra cover, and that'll be the end of the over. Abbott, I can say it again, Abbott has completed 9 overs, none for 27, so his figures this morning. 5 overs for 23. Oh, sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong figures. He's 5 overs he's bowled, and he has gone for 19-ish. My mind's gone foggy with maths. He always does when I try to do maths, Dave.
Yeah.
It's never been my best subject.
Sarah was good the other day, wasn't she? She was bright on the maths 2 days ago.
Right.
I'm not bad at it, actually. I wasn't a maths scholar at school, but I've always been quite good at mental arithmetic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not so good on trigonometry, whatever that means.
Steady, Dave. How's the voice this morning? Because you've had a cold, haven't you, this week?
I'm just, you might hear me, I'm just chewing what's called a vocal zone thing. It's the first ball of the next over. It just played out to cover, no run. So if my voice sounds even stranger because of that, my apologies. The vocal zone is great for singers, but I just felt a little cough coming on in the last... Yeah, I'm okay, really, but I just got a killer cold last week, and you know that men, of course, get colds far worse than women. They have to really struggle with it, whereas women somehow cope with a much lighter cold. So I've been in absolute misery for ages and ages, but I'm improving. I'm sorry, I should shut up, really. There's a little delay there, as I'm not sure what colour. Oh, okay. He's doing something with his bat, but what was actually happening was that a helmet was coming out for Ben Brown. Ben Brown is standing up to the stumps, which is to persuade Kohler Cadmore not to charge down the pitch, which he doesn't. Instead of which, he slashes the ball just backward a square on the offside, and it goes for 4 runs. So that strategy didn't quite work. Well enough for Kohler Cadmore. I've just been looking at a really fascinating scorecard, and although this doesn't seem to reflect greatly on Somerset, I think there's some really interesting things in it. I was just checking out largest victories by runs for Hampshire, and the record was set here. Not in our last season in the second division, 2014. We set it here against Essex, and it was 400 and a lot. Ageas Bowl's very full, and that's driven to short mid-wicket for no run. That was the game when James Vince got a double 100, and we had to oust Essex, who were threatening to get promoted instead of us with Worcestershire, and we hammered them.
Did Tamil Mills play for them?
Yeah, he could well have done in that, yeah. So that was a massive victory, and the next biggest one is one against Cambridge University, which is fairly relevant, but the biggest one against Somerset, which they won't suffer today, I don't think. We beat Somerset once by 349. Ageas Bowl, that's just pushed down into the slips, fielded at second, so good diving stop there, and there's no run. But the scorecard is fascinating, because we beat Somerset by 349 runs after being bowled out in the first innings for 123, which is really bizarre. And in fact, Somerset had a lead on the first innings. The name that stands out for me, Anthony would know all about him, and there's a lot of names in the Somerset side I'm not much of an expert on. They'd certainly played a lot of amateurs in those days, Ageas Bowls, and that's just getting pushed on the onside, fielder at mid-on. The name that stands out for me is a man called Jack White, who I'm sure Somerset supporters will know.
So what year is this?
All about 1913, so coming up to that break in the war. Jack White, in his career, took 2,355 first-class wickets at 18.58, and in a sense, and he was a slow left arm. Well, it says orthodox slow left arm, which I guess means he was a finger spinner. But he opened the bowling in that game, which again I absolutely loved. This was at Taunton. Ageas Bowls, and it's just hit the cover and there's no run. It just tells a different story about how Championship cricket was played. You know, that you would go out and in the first innings of the game, not the second innings of the game after a bit of rain, the first innings of the game when they take the covers off and start, and it could have been wet because they wouldn't have covered it before play. Anthony, you think at the start of the game? Not sure. I don't know. I mean, it could well be the obvious explanation was that with uncovered pitches, when the rain, we were talking about one with Underwood at Bournemouth yesterday. The crucial thing was a hard pitch, then the rain gets on it, and then the sun comes out, and you put those three combinations together. Neville Rogers, or the old Hampshire batter, always used to say to me, if you're a club cricketer who's played on wet pitches, you don't understand uncovered pitches in the county championship, because the point about club cricket almost always, if it's wet, is it's just like a pudding. But it generally wasn't like that in the county championship, because the pitches were, like this one, hard, and then there was a damp surface that was on top of that, and then the sun was drying that, and it was those things that made it turn and move and bounce, and very exciting, really.
You were a batter.
There was a brief period when I first watched county cricket, 59 to 62, when they experimented with covers.
It's going to be Keith Barker to take over from Abbott. Down the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad, does James Rue. Taken by Ben Brown. Abbott's spell this morning, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 18. So you were saying, Dave?
So, well, that was that story,
it, yeah.
Really. But I'm just fascinated by people like Jack White and those great old bowlers, and Wilfred Rhodes at Yorkshire, Jack Newman of Hampshire, who, born in Southsea actually, although grew up in Netley, was another one.
Barker left arm over from the pavilion end, flicked away James Rue. That could go all the way. I don't think Abbas is going to get there. He does well. Just flicks it back as he rolls over. Flicks it nicely in front of the rope, and Rue picks up 2, whereas he might have thought he might have picked up 4. Rue moves on to 2. In fact, that's his first scoring shot. He's 132 for 4.
Abbas is enjoying himself, and I was just looking at him thinking, I'm often talking about the wonderful Derek Shackleton. Well, I'll tell you what, I never saw Derek Shackleton field like that.
No. He wouldn't have been on the floor.
He might have stuck a boot out and not worried if it went.
Or waved it through. 132 for 4, then 370 needed in terms of runs for Somerset. Rue's forward to a length ball. Goes out square. Paul Williams has tweeted at Sona Sport. He says he's listening this morning whilst driving to Lisbon. As you do.
Yeah.
He's in Portugal,
often.
So that's the reason. He's not just randomly driving to Lisbon. He does live there. Well, I suppose most of the time he does. Peter Chapman, who's emailed soniccricket@gmail.com, just as something below us is making an awful lot of noise. There's no scoreboard this morning. That's on the live picture feed. There's no ticker tape. I do not know why. I've not been told why. But you're right, I'm just looking at it, and there is none, as that's pushed out towards extra cover this time. Well, there was one there yesterday and the day before and the day before that, but not today.
I suppose one thing you might say about that, although I'm sorry that there isn't, and it could be irritating, I suppose one thing you might say is that at this precise moment, the only bit of the scoreboard that has any great relevance today is 4 wickets. Because Somerset are so far away. I mean, they need another 368 or something.
370.
370. So
that's the other bit of useful information.
Yeah, so remember 4 wickets for now.
Barker bowls, Rue gets another length ball straight, pushes out square.
When they're closer at 4 o'clock, we can make sure we keep updating the run score a bit for you. But it's just one of those days really where overs remaining and wickets lost are the 2 key elements. And the minimum remaining is 85 and 1 ball, I think.
Yeah, I think even with a couple of big partnerships, it's going to make a bit of a dent, but that's probably about all in those runs. That's pushed up towards extra cover this time. Good start from Keith Barker this morning. And 32 for 4 then. Rue has 2, Kohli Cadmore 24, the 2 men out this morning. Sean Dixon for 63, Andy Umid for 25, both to Mo Abbas. Got an email here from Roger Arthur silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, lovely commentary. A question, if that's okay. Does Dave Allen work or run the shop at the Ageas? I have had a couple of chats in there, but don't know if it is him. No offence.
I was around a little bit with that second-hand book sale, if that's what you're referring to, but very little because I've been commentating. So it probably wasn't me that you saw, actually. And the bigger question, does Dave Allen work? Certainly not. Not for decades. Okay, I'm being frivolous. No. I don't work behind the counter in the shop for sure, but when there's a second-hand book sale, then I am sometimes in there, depending on commentaries and things. But I haven't been in there much this week, so I would have been probably the tallest. But no, I don't know actually. There was a man called John who's quite tall as well, so I don't know if you met me or not. I'm tall with grey hair and elderly.
I'm not sure that distinguishes you that much from the rest
really.
of the other people.
No, that's true, yeah. Well, I've been sniffing more than other people this week, so if I was having a conversation with you and sniffing and coughing, then I was you. And if not, I'm sorry, and maybe we'll meet some other time. I'm about to commentate on Liam Dawson's first ball of the morning, and this could be a very interesting start. That one's just on leg stump fairly full, and it's pushed forward, fielded at mid-wicket, no run. Can't tell you the score myself now because the scoreboard is telling me that number 8 Liam Dawson is bowling, which is quite useful because I think I'd worked that out. But still telling me the same thing as it's played back to Liam Dawson, number 8, and there's no run. Okay, we're back. 132 for 4. Kohler Cadmore on 24 not out has now departed the crease to go and have a conversation with the umpire. No, not a conversation, he's thrown something to him. Perhaps it's a bar of chocolate that was beginning to melt in his pocket. Don't know what that was. Ben Brown standing up, one slip. Oh, that went through him. That just did enough, really. And Kohler Cadmore holds the pose, having not hit the ball. And that was a lovely turn. Yeah, really did. He's got 4 men on the offside, one of whom is a very short cover, and this time he tries a sweep and it comes off a top edge, and James Vince has got to rush back to the boundary, and he does. I think he doesn't get there. I'm sorry. It's heroic sliding stop, but doesn't stop it. So Kohler Cadmore gets 4 and continues to live dangerously but interestingly. 28 from 34 balls, Kohler Cadmore.
Yeah, and if somebody's going to stick around for Somerset today, I don't think I would mind if it's Kohler Cadmore.
I wouldn't mind.
Quite enjoying watching his innings so far.
He's a bit like the Aniron Donald for those of you Hampshire fans, and kind of living up to his name Pepsi. Really, he's full of fizz. Quite like that idea actually, that you have a nickname that fits you in the way you play. It just pushes that one out on the offside. That was the flat bit at the bottom of the can. But
Dave, in a minute I'm going to get you to come over to my side.
Oh yeah,
That's
okay.
all right. In a minute, at the end of the over.
So and sweeps, and it's gone for 4, mid-wicket. No problem with that one. So on he goes to 32. I just noticed that Northants have lost at Lancashire, so they're dead and buried, I would say now. Essex 149 for 1 are 274 ahead, so they have to keep going if Surrey are to be challenged. Shall I stop now?
Yeah, only for the briefly. Just to finish off, Roger Arthur finishes off with his email. He says, I'm attaching a photo taken at Lancashire a couple of years ago when we should have won the league. He says, nice rubbish bin, but I can't download the photos, unfortunately, so I can't see the rubbish bin. He says, if I actually get a print, could you sign it? I presume he means that for Dave. But I'll try and download it. For some reason, it's not doing that at the moment. Anthony Gibson is back in, and Dave Allen will join him.
And we got Keith Barker from the pavilion end bowling to James Rue. Rue drives firmly up to mid-off, but won't get a run. 140 for 4, Somerset. Losing the 2 overnight batsmen very early on this morning. And these two mounting a bit of a recovery. Contrasting styles. Colin Cadmore going for his shots, and James Rew just content to defend for the most part. Barker in bowls. It's just turned into the onside to Toby Albert, who's just ahead of the square leg umpire. There's no run again. Yes, I heard you mentioning Farmer White.
Yeah, that's right. It was his nickname, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Well, he was a farmer.
Okay, right.
Yeah. He farmed in West Somerset in quite a big way.
So would he have been an amateur?
He was an amateur.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
He captained Somerset for many years. He captained England.
Ah.
And he played a big part in the unexpected Ashes victory in Australia in 28-29.
Ah.
Oh, and this is outside the off stump and beats James Rew's outside edge. In the Adelaide Test match, in temperatures of over 100 degrees, he bowled 60 overs in the first innings and 67 in the second. 127 overs, and he was then about 38, something like that.
I love those stories. I'm pretty sure that was Phil Mead's last Test matches that on that tour. I don't think he was particularly successful there, but
And England won the Ashes despite the presence of Don Bradman and Ponsford and Woodfull and co.
Yeah.
He was a rather dour, taciturn man, Farmer White.
Okay.
He was a very good poker player. Barker's in and bowls, and defensive shot from James Rew out into the offside. And in his later years, he did some coaching at Taunton School, and actually coached my father, who was at Taunton School.
Yeah, lovely. I remember reading Bill Andrews' book years and years and years ago.
Bowled Bradman.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and he made the comment
After
that
Bradman had scored 196.
yeah. He made the comment that Somerset had so many amateurs at that time, very few professionals.
Yeah. Here's Barker in the bowls, and Rew comes down the pitch, and I'm not sure there's anything on that at all. No, I didn't think so. He just Ben Brown didn't really go for it. It was, and 4 byes is the outcome.
And it's not dissimilar to Hampshire in those years. And of course, what Hampshire did was to draw a great deal on the military and the navy. We had lots and lots. What about Somerset? Who were
mostly
the
schoolmasters.
Yeah.
Schoolmasters.
Yeah.
People like Mickey Walford.
Yeah, I was just going to say Mickey Walford. Yes. Although you did have Jerry Tordoff, the naval officer.
Yes, yeah. Here's Barker in and bowls. And this is turned into the onside. Yes, Bill Andrews was a stalwart, pro stalwart.
Yeah.
Arthur Wellard, of course, was the great all-rounder, big hitting all-rounder of that era.
Yeah.
There wasn't a huge amount of love lost between the pros and the fancy caps when they turned up in the summer holidays.
Yeah.
144 for 4. Colin Cadmore 32, Rew 2.
Bill had a brother who played a tiny bit for Hampshire after the war called Jack Andrews, who was a wicket keeper. Didn't play much. It was at the point where Neil McCorkle was coming to the end of his career and they couldn't decide who ought to keep wicket. So Leo Harrison did it sometimes, and there was another amateur called David Blake who did it sometimes. Ralph Proughton, who was a professional, did it for a couple of years, but in the end Leo got the job. Liam Dawson. Bowls, that's fairly flattish and
A bit of turn there.
a bit of turn, yeah. And I think I got the feeling with that one, as opposed to the one in the previous over, that he played the line and was content to let it turn beyond his bat there. The one in the previous over did him, I think. But Dawson bowls, and this time he's just defensively back to the bowler.
Probably a good length, Dawson, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just drawing the batsman forward.
Yeah. So it's got a line of 3 men saving 1 on the offside, and then the short cover and a sweeper on the boundary. It's just pushed forward, and it's an overrun. And then he's got a man at deep mid wicket. Man at long leg about halfway in from the boundary and mid on. So just 3 on the onside. He bowls again. and that's driven to the short cover for no run. 1-4, 4 for 4, mindful of the fact that you haven't got the score showing on your live picture feed. 32 to Kohler Cadmore and 2 to Root. That's short of a length. He just gives himself some room there. It's fielded quite nicely at cover, but they come through comfortably enough for a single.
Yeah, he's having a decent season in his first season for Somerset. Tom Kohler Cadmore, 583 runs before this game at 34.3.
Yeah.
And he's made just the one century he made against Northants early on in the season, but he's made a number of useful contributions, 30s, 40s, 50s, and he's always given the innings a bit of impetus.
So, a good signing. Liam Dawson is going to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander with a man in at forward short leg and a man in at silly point, just for the one ball, who then has to give up the helmet and come away. That's the end of the over. 1-4-5 for 4.
Yes, these two coming together when the wicket of Umeed fell. The score's 113, so they've added 32 together, most of them off the bat of Kohler Cadmore. Just James Rew's just scored 2 in that time, but he won't be in the least bit bothered about that. 2 from 29 deliveries. He'll just go quietly on his way.
James Vince has marched out of the slips, but I don't think he's going a long way. He's going to that short cover position for Bathman. I did mention the Essex game. They've got another day to go in that game, and they have to keep chasing Surrey to keep the championship alive. They're 159 for 1, so they're 284 ahead.
How many has Alistair Cook got?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have a look for you. Yeah, got good for you.
He was not out 40 odd overnight.
76 not out. Yeah.
Barker in bowls. Ooh, and this one comes back at Kohler Cadmore again, runs down the face of the bat and past his off stump down to Liam Dawson in the slips. He goes down and gives the pitch good prod. Well, it wouldn't do Somerset's cause any harm if Essex go ahead and beat Middlesex.
Yeah, I would think
Middlesex down in the relegation mix, and Northants look as if they're going to get beaten as well. As Barker's in bowls, and this is turned away down to long leg. Just be a single. Is that Felix Organ down there?
Yeah. He's on to somebody.
146 for 4.
Northants have lost actually this morning.
Oh, they have lost, have they?
Yeah. So I mean they're dead and buried, I think, aren't they? Yeah.
So I think the other relegation candidate ought to be either Kent or Middlesex.
Yeah. What that result has done is rush Lancashire up the table.
It's Barker in and bowls to Rue, who drives without timing. Fielded at extra cover by Nick Gubbins.
So Lancashire stand, as things are this morning, with no points from this game allocated yet. Lancashire are only 1 point behind Hampshire. Well, Hampshire could well end up with, they're going to get probably 22 points from this, which is fine, but Lancashire will then have a game in hand. So there is a bit of competition for prize money still.
And Hampshire have got a tough run in.
They have, yes.
Barker to Rue. Rue cuts, but cuts, I'm not sure whether it was a cut shot or a back foot drive. Certainly off the back foot and into the offside, but fielded by Gubbins at extra cover. But played with an angled bat rather than with a straight bat, which is what you would expect if it was a back foot off drive. No runs result, 146 for 4.
Talking of Northants, they've got a tough running because they've got to play what we have. They've got to play Surrey and Essex. So.
Barker in bowls to Rue, drives. This time he will get 1, and it's well fielded in the end by, that's James Fuller, who came across behind Nick Gubbins to back him up. Gubbins unable to make the stop, but Fuller tidies up. It's just the single, 147 for 4, as the field moves over for the right-hander. Proceedings have a slightly somnolent air about them this morning.
Yeah.
As a small crowd who have mostly been fairly quiet. It's very warm. There's no breeze.
No.
It's must be very, very hot out there in the middle. Barker to Kohler Cadmore turns this into the onside, and they go for a quick single, which is well judged, in fact, because Toby Albert had ground to make to his left, and the single was always on. Takes Kohler Cadmore on to 35, and at the end of that over, the 47th of the innings, Somerset 148 for 4, and they've got another 81 overs to survive if they're going to leave the Ageas Bowl with a draw.
That game I was talking about with Farmer White, and we were talking about the amateurs and the amateur captains and so on. The captain in that game was Edward Stephen Massey Points.
Points, yes, I remember the name.
He didn't have an illustrious career really. He hardly bowled, and in 105 matches, batting average of 17. Liam Dawson bowls. It's pushed on the offside. No run. I mean, scores were often lower in those days than you would expect today, so an average of 17, I suppose it's equivalent of about 23 or something today perhaps, but unremarkable, I guess. Liam Dawson bowls again, that's very full, and Kohler Cadmore is forward. He's on 35, not out at the moment, and plays that back. Somerset captain in 1913 and 1914, and then war intervened, of course. Dawson bowls, and this time he's on the back foot. Plays it quite easily out to the man sweeping out on the cover boundary, and they come through for a single.
Who was the Somerset captain in 1913? John Daniel, I suppose, wasn't it?
I don't know.
I don't think so. He was an amateur. He was a tough nut. Rugby player as well.
All right.
Stood no nonsense.
Yes,
from his professionals.
Yeah, of course. Here's Dawson with the men close in now, forward short leg and silly point. Of course, one of the things at Hampshire is that there were a number of players at Hampshire who were footballers, particularly after the war. Henry Horton, Jimmy Gray, Mike Barnard, they were all professional footballers. Even Derek Shackleton was a second team goalkeeper at Burnley. Dawson bowls, and that's very full, and that's driven very nicely through the covers. I think the chase is on, and will be pulled up, but they're going to come back for 3 quite comfortably, and it's actually stopped not by the wicketkeeper but by
You had a very distinguished amateur footballer here towards the end of his career as well.
CB Fry.
CB Fry.
Yes.
He played for Portsmouth.
Yes, he did. Yeah, briefly for Portsmouth and more for Southampton. But I was thinking that if you had winter game guys, they would have been more likely to be rugby players at Somerset. Not necessarily.
Probably, yeah.
Dawson bowls outside. Just lets that goes with the arm, and he just lets that through. But Kohler Cadmore, it's okay. But it's one of those with the hands on heads thing. But he's survived, and it's the end of the over at 152 for 4.
Just a tweet from Dave from Cork, formerly Grumpy Git, who says normal service for Somerset's batters after a break, i.e. after a break when Somerset have set batters. We usually reliably lose them within the first few overs. Yet another quirk of our batting prowess. That's a bit cynical. But, and Stephen from Berkhamsted says, as you talk of the run-in until day 1 of this match, I hope that Somerset could finish 3rd. With injuries and non-availability, it was immediately obvious we couldn't achieve that. Sadly, yes, you're not wrong, Stephen. Particularly the absence of Craig Overton. Here's Barker in and bowls to Rue, who punches that into the offside, and Gubbins fields at extra cover.
Yeah, you're going to be about, if Hampshire win this, you're going to be about 35 points behind third place, so that's an awful lot to make up in the last 2 matches.
Getting a bit of interference on.
Okay, I'm
on
sorry.
sound.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I can hear it. Yeah.
It's Barker from the pavilion end, bowling to Rue. Drives, comes off a thickish edge. It's going to go for 4, down to wide third man. But not entirely convincing. Got well across James Rue, but didn't get all of the bat on that. 156 for 4. Rue on to 10. Fletcher Middleton retrieves it from the third man boundary. Just a smattering of spectators in the stands down to our left and right in the heat of the sun. And this one gets Rue in a little bit of a tangle as he looks to turn that into the onside. A little bit of extra bounce, making life difficult for the batsman. Temporary stands at this end of the ground, in place for the one-day international, which is next week, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah, it could be Sunday. Yeah, when is it? 12th. What's that? No, not Sunday. Next week. Yeah.
Is that Magpie again? Good morning, Mr. Magpie.
Goodness.
Barker from the pavilion end is in bowls, and Rue drives, but not at full power. Something goes rattling around the concourse beneath us, making a great clatter. Apologies for that. The biggest noise you get here at the Ageas Bowl is when they power up the hover cover, which makes a most impressive roar.
Yes. I don't think we'll be seeing that today, but yeah.
I don't think it'll be needed, but they'll put it on at the close of play.
Yeah.
We don't want to be doing a post-match interview at the same time. This is driven by Rue, but again, not at full power. And Gubbins, who's quite deep at extra cover, can move to his left and do the fielding. Not much happening at the moment. Barker plugging away from one end, Dawson spinning away from the other. Kohler Cadmore just occasionally unfurling an aggressive shot, but mostly content just to accumulate when the opportunity arises. And Rue intent on hanging in there. He drives again without timing up to mid-off. That's the end of that over. And it's 156 for 4. Somerset need a theoretical 346 runs more to win, having lost their overnight batsman this morning for the addition of not very many, but these two putting up a good fight.
Yeah, they are, and I think you'd anticipate it on this pitch particularly, but as you say, not much happening, and it's it's an odd sort of day in which to find lots of things to talk. I mean, I can talk forever about matches in 1913, but there's not much to speculate about today, really. It's just you know, Somerset will be doing nothing except just trying to bat and bat and bat and bat. If they should get the 5 o'clock on, I don't know, 430 for 4, they might get excited and we might speculate, but at the minute it's simply Dawson coming in and bowling, and the ball is played just to that short cover. Nick Gubbins made the 100 yesterday. Kohler Cadmore 36 very much would like to emulate that today. 10 to 12, so another 40 minutes to lunch. It's played out to the deep cover boundary, and he comes through for a single. I'm not anticipating them being 430 for...
No, I think these two are just set on getting through to lunch without being parted.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind there's the last two recognised specialist batsmen.
We did have a correspondent earlier who suggested Nick Gubbins might have a bowl. The two close men are in again now for Rue, and one of them is hit. The man at Silly Point is hit, which is probably why it's called Silly Point. but he retrieves the ball and gives it back to Liam Dawson. So, and Nick Gubbins is able to bowl a bit of wrist spin, so he might get a go at some point. If this, that he pushed forward at that and got a inside edge which ballooned up towards. It evaded the man at forward short leg, ballooned up towards mid wicket, not sufficiently close for it to be.
Pushed hard at it, didn't he?
Yeah. He might learn from that. Rue's 10 not out. This time he's back and the ball turns and bounces and he lets it.
I think that will be anything.
Drift away.
That's nothing done because he didn't play a shot.
No. Retrieved by Barker down on the over the boundary, but as Anthony says, it's in the relatively recent change to regulations, it's no longer considered a legitimate leg bye. And the ball is back with Dawson, who's bowling towards the pavilion. He's bowling it from this hotel end, or the end that I sometimes choose to call the Hambledon end. Bit of a stretch of imagination to do that. Oh, and that one bounced and turned and not played very well at all. The fielders were jumping out of the way there, but nothing transpires in the end. It's a dot ball in the book, which is a bit of a shame really that it's only a dot ball.
How far away is Hambledon?
Probably about 15 miles, something like that, over our left shoulders. Yeah.
Must visit. I've never been to.
Oh, have you never?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't been to the Bat and Ball.
Oh. Well, I know what we should do, Anthony. I am the treasurer of an organisation called the Hambledon Dining Club, which actually has been running for 25 years to celebrate the great achievements of the 18th century. And it's just lots of old cricket historians and cricket lovers locally, some local and some wider apart. And we meet twice a year, start of season, end of season. And we have guest speakers.
Right.
So there we are. I'm going to pin you down on that one. I'm going to talk to the chairman and say, I've had an idea.
Here's Barker in from the pavilion end bowls to Coley Cameron, who drives and sets off for a quick single, and because he set off very quickly, single was comfortably achieved. Good running.
I think you'd enjoy a visit, to be honest.
Sure.
The ground is now delightful with the super pavilion. Our chairman, incidentally, is Terry Crump, who's was at one point chairman of the members committee here, and Terry's had a bit of a tough year this year with all sorts of hospital appointments and stuff like that. I did hear from him yesterday, and he's very optimistic about returning next year, because people often ask, they say, where's Terry Crump? What's happened to Terry? So there we are.
Barker into Rue, who gropes for that, and I think he played outside the line of that delivery.
That was odd, wasn't it?
Which cut back in.
Because Brown has taken that going towards leg slip. So
Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, I think he went in between bat and pad. Rue just playing down the wrong line.
We've had quite a lot of speakers who've come and said, I've never been. Vic Marks, for example, who you will know very well. He came.
Yeah. Barks in the bowls, and this is turned up to mid-on by James Rue.
Over the years, a number of Jonathan Agnew came, MJK Smith came, Dennis Amos came, but
that's far too distinguished a lineup for me to be included.
You'd be all right. Well, I've done it on occasion, so you'd be fine. Every time there's an emergency, they say, we'll be able to get Dave to... These days I usually do a quiz.
There's Barker in and bowls, and Rue drives. It's more of an off drive. It ended up going back down the pitch just to the left of the bowler in his follow through, which suggests it again. He's not quite got his timing right yet, James Rue. The man goes out at deep mid wicket, and it'll be interesting to see if Keith Barker drops one in short. He does like the pull shot, James Rue, and he doesn't always play it to perfection, and this beats him outside the off stump. That was the bluff, sending the man back, and then it was a good length ball on off stump, and Drew Slightly nervous defensive prod from James Rue, but ball doesn't take the outside edge. Rue survives. He's on 10 from 47 deliveries. Colin Cadmore 38 from 51, more assertive, looking to keep the scoreboard ticking over as well as keeping his wicket intact. Barker bowls. This is whipped away into the onside, but Fuller is out there at deep mid-wicket to do the fielding, so it's just a single. 159 for 4 at the end of that over, which was the 51st of the innings.
And the good news for Somerset is that they only have 4 wickets down, and they have now passed their biggest ever defeat against Hampshire. So everything is on the up from now on. There'll be no adverse records set for them today.
A lot of records have been scored against Somerset over the years.
Yeah, actually, we've had a number of records against you. So you're quite right about that. Yeah. And
back in the 1910s and to some extent in the 1920s and certainly in the 1950s, Somerset were everybody else's whipping boys.
Yes. Liam Dawson, Mr. Bowl. And oh dear, I think I mean, there was a shout there. I think he must have just got a little edge on it.
He must have got an edge on it.
Yeah.
He was a little bit beaten for pace there, James Rue. It was a quicker ball from Dawson, and it fizzed on.
Interesting. Dawson bowls again, and that's reverse swept, and it's going to go down to third man for 4. So decisive and one of the better reverse sweeps. I suppose the thing about Somerset was that in the 1960s there was a real revival, wasn't there? Because I mean, you had people like, Bill Alley was doing a good job. There were
and Fred Rumsey
and
Brian Langford, of course, one of the best spin bowlers in the country.
Colin
Atkinson was a very good captain. Roy Virgin.
Harold Stevenson was a good keeper.
He was.
It was a revival.
Irv Kitchen.
Yes. Dawson bowls, and that's just pushed out. Inside edge, backward a square, leg side, no room. 163 for 4.
1961, Bill Alley scored 3,000 runs in the season, the last man to do that, first class runs.
That's right, he did, yes. I know that because Dawson bowls, let's just play defensively on the onside. I know that because, of course, the 1962 Wisden is dear to my heart. So I'm always reading about Hampshire's championship win, but of course I therefore come across, I'm sure Bill was a Wisden Cricketer of the Year.
Yeah, he was, absolutely.
And he could bowl as well.
Oh, he was very much an all-rounder.
Yeah, pushed forward on the offside from Dawson, no run.
Bowled right arm, medium pace, swung the ball. He was a very, very good fielder in the gully. That was his speciality. Dawson
comes in and bowls, and again reverse swept, and again it's the same result, and there is a 12th man down there now who's doing the stopping. So 2 4s in that over off Dawson, expensive from him, and encouraging for Rue. And there's one other thought I have about that Somerset side of that period is they provided a great many umpires.
They did, absolutely.
Loads of umpires came from Somerset.
Bill Alley and Ken Palmer, Roy Palmer, Alan Jones, Alan Whitehead.
Clarkson.
Yep, Tony Clarkson.
He was one, wasn't he? Yeah.
Lots of umpires.
Time for me to go. Thank you.
Well, 2 reverse sweeps from James Rue, perfectly executed in that over, taking a leaf out of Joe Root's book, I think he might say. The opportunity was there. It always looks like a risky option, the reverse sweep, but get outside off stump to play it. You're taking LBW out of the equation if you don't quite nail it. Did you? Were you a great reverse sweeper in your day, JMO?
Not sure I ever played one. Don't know. Rue's played a couple of nice ones, hasn't he?
Yes. Here's Fuller in and bowls. This is driven by Colin Cadmore, and again he'll take the single. His momentum is going forward into the shot, and he just carries on. going up the pitch, and Kyle Abbott, who fielded that, isn't the quickest, and he was quite deep at mid-off as well, as Coda Cadmore does hit the ball very hard. 168 for 4. Coda Cadmore on to 39. We've got half an hour to go before lunch, and these two Somerset batsmen will have their sights firmly set on reaching that point without being separated. Fuller in around the wicket to Rue, who drives, and Rue taking a leaf out of Coda Cadmore's book, with Mohammed Abbas just a little bit deep at mid-off, a little bit back on his heels as well. Rue spotting the opportunity for a single, which was taken. He moves on to 20. Coda Cadmore on 39. These two came together when Umeed was out on 113, so they've added 56 together. 50 partnership, passing unremarked. Fuller bowls, and this comes off the inside edge, or inside half of Coda Cadmore's bat, to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Tom Prest. Slip and a gully. Liam Dawson at slip, James Vince at gully. Is a good position for Coda Cadmore, as he does go hard at the ball. He's being invited to have a drive through the offside. There's just a shortish extra cover, and this is on middle and leg from Fuller though, and is again turned to Tom Prest at mid-wicket. We've got the two close catches, deep backward point, shortish extra cover, and mid-off on the offside, so plenty of opportunities there for Tom Coda Cadmore. 2 men out on the onside, deep backward square leg, deep forward square leg, and a long leg if Fuller decides to dig one in short, and Coda Cadmore goes for the pull shot. This is a Yorker, which is well bowled and well played by Coda Cadmore. Again out to short mid-wicket. He rehearses a different shot, a straight drive, which he plays very well. Early on in his innings, he straight drove Kyle Abbott for 4 down to the boundary rope in front of the pavilion. 169 for 4. Session started badly, worryingly for Somerset, losing their 2 overnight not out batsmen. Fuller in bowls, and Coda Cadmore not tempted to go for the big off drive on that occasion, just comes half forward in defence, plays it into the offside. It's the end of the over. 169 for 4, and Somerset have another 75 overs to survive.
Doesn't sound too long the way you said that, actually, Anthony.
Well, I think this partnership is really very, very important. I mean, you've got Lewis Gregory and Ben Green coming in next, who both of whom are genuine all-rounders. But there isn't much after that.
5 overs of Liam Dawson this morning, of which he hasn't taken a wicket as yet. 1 or 2 balls are spitting out of the rough. Quite working out for him at the moment. Were you talking about Gordon Greenidge earlier, or 1 or 2 old Hampshire players? I don't know. But Barry Breen has emailed soncricket@gmail.com. Former West Indian great as Dawson bowls. Rue's forward. Dawson quickly comes across. I remember Gordon Greenidge working for Dimplex Heating in the early 70s for a short period. Other makes of radiator and what have you available, of course. The owner, John Wade, was an avid Hampshire supporter, apparently. There's another reverse sweep from Rue. Just a bit more off the toe of the bat this time. It's gone out, trickling out towards extra cover. And there is no run. Sorry, 1 run. What am I saying? 1 run. Rue moves on to 21. It's 170 for 4. So yes, 2 wickets in the first 20 minutes, and we haven't had anything since. These two batting very nicely. Here's Dawson round the wicket to Coda Cadmore. He's on 39 at the moment. It's turned a bit, but it's quite wide, and Cadmore does not offer a shot. Tim Dowse has also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Here's Dawson again, as away from us. Cadmore forward, negates any chance of the spin. Tim says he's enjoying the excellent coverage, thank you, but unable to rest without knowing the day's most vital info. Here it comes. What is the status of Fangate? Has Dave managed to extract a result from the premises to provide some cooling relief? No, he hasn't. The story is, as that's pushed out off the back foot into the covers no run, Dave asked 4 times yesterday for a fan. One never materialised. And when I left the premises last night, in fact, no, I tell a lie, when I arrived this morning, the receptionist said to me, "Did you get a fan?" I said, "No." And she almost took it personally. Oh, he's come down the wicket, hit in the air. He's got a little bit underneath that. But that will go for... Oh, it's just gone for 6. Signalled by Toby Albert, helping out the umpire there. Running back. I thought he got a little bit too much underneath it. He did, but he still got it over the rope. And that is 6 runs to end that over. And Somerset move on to 176 for 4. Still needing another 326. So the one hasn't come. And as I say, the receptionist, she was almost distraught. She took it personally.
Distraught.
She was
distraught.
Yes,
Receptionist.
she said, "I can't believe that." She said, "Even I asked."
Well, it hasn't made a difference. We still haven't got a blooming fan.
No.
No matter how distraught she may have been.
Yeah. Well, she wasn't there this. Well, oh, she was there this morning. But yeah. Well, I thought Dave's got no chance. If the receptionist asks and then don't get one, you've got no chance, Dave. You can ask as many times as you like. But we're hardy souls here. We'll get through it. We've got through it for 3 days. I'm sure we'll get through it for today. We were briefly excited at the fact that 2 early wickets meant that we might not even get to the point this afternoon where we were going to boil over. But that's looking increasingly likely.
Is Fuller coming round the wicket to Rue, and Rue turns this to short mid-wicket where Nick Gubbins fields. Tosses it to Mo Abbas, who's at mid-off. Got 2 sweatbands, one on each wrist, and necessary accessory today in this heat. Although there's some high cloud, which is taking the edge off the heat at the moment. Almost like a mackerel sky, except it's not a mackerel sky, because that presages rain. This is driven away through the offside. It was wide from Fuller and pitched up, and Rue stretched across and managed to get the full face of the bat on that. Wouldn't have looked so good if he'd edged it to slip, because his bat was a long way from his body. But it brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 25, score on to 180 for 4.
I think that was in the air for a little while.
Yeah, these two are not allowing themselves to be dictated to. 2 reverse sweeps, or 3 reverse sweeps from James Rue, straight 6 from Kohler Cadmore, and that extra cover drive from Rue. This time he won't get a run, as it goes straight to Toby Albert in his sun hat. $180 for 4. I heard, I'm sure I heard tractor driver just then.
Ah.
He's over there. Mike Salis follows Somerset wherever they go. Fuller in bowls to Rue, who's forward to in defence to a good ball from James Fuller, who bowls at a lively fast medium pace. What do you reckon he is? Low 80s, something like that? 82, 83?
Yeah, probably somewhere around there. I mean, he's the quickest bowler on show in this game.
He's quicker than Kyle Abbott, is he?
Yeah. Yeah, he just offers something different. That's why he plays, really. When things get a little bit stale from a Hampshire point of view, he just offers, as we saw with Abel last night.
He's in and bowls. This is driven nicely by Rue, but straight to Mohammed Abbas at mid-off. He's got this very distinctive shuffling run-up at the start of his run-up, and then he lengthens his stride as he approaches the delivery phase.
Yeah, he's a little bit down with his bowling this year as well. I don't mean down in terms of I just mean in terms of sort of productivity, not by anything else.
He's in now, past the umpire, bowls to Rue, who turns it into the onside, but straight again to Gubbins at short mid-wicket. And that's the end of another over. The 55th over of the innings, which means that we have had 23 overs so far this morning. 20 minutes to go before lunch. We're going to get up to around about 30 overs, I think. 180 for 4.
I say that actually, he's taken 22 wickets this year, but that was helped by his 6 wickets up at Northampton. Bowled absolutely superbly up there earlier on in the season. 22 wickets at 26 apiece. His career actually, he's taken them at 31, so perhaps I've done him a little bit of a disservice there, but I think in terms of bowling spells, I think sometimes this year he's just been a little bit more inconsistent than perhaps of last year, but I suppose that's not a bad return. 67-run partnership these two have put on. That's coming at 115 balls. Dawson still looking for his first wicket of the morning as he bowls to Kohler Cadmore. Flighted. Well, it's turned big out of the rough, but wide.
Should have been given as a wide.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
What, even though it's turned out the rough like that?
Yeah. No way the batsman could have reached it.
180 for 4 as Dawson bowls. That's straighter and Kohler Cadmore's forward. John Skews has emailed again this morning, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, I started watching Hampshire at Dean Park in Bournemouth in 1945 or 46, and I've collected many brochures over the years, says John. Come back to that after this next delivery from Dawson. Just a slip in, but there is a man on the drive as well. He's on the back foot. He's Kohler Cadmore, steers that out to short extra cover. I've just rescued Kevin's from my bookcase, and I rate it as one of the very best. Wow. It is it is also autographed. Well, that's worth thousands. And that's exactly what he says in the email here. Are brochures now a thing of the past? I think he's talking about benefit brochures, isn't he? That's outside the off stump. I must admit, I don't know of too many around these days.
There aren't too many benefits these days.
There you are. Ben Cox at Worcester. Yeah, mine was a little bit different. I decided that I wasn't that interesting, as that's pushed out towards extra cover. So rather than have about 100 pages of, oh, Kev, look at him, he's doing this and he's great at this and not so good at that or whatever, I decided to sort of combine that with a few sort of articles. And there was a very young Justin Rose that I spoke to. That's a drive in the air over mid-off. That's a lovely shot as well. That'll go for 4, just about makes it, but that's a proper shot as well. It was up there, it was fairly wide, and he just went through with a shot to Kohler Cadmore, and he moves on to 49, and it's 184 for 4. So yeah, if you do find those brochures lying around, wherever they are, yeah, I just remember that one. There's been a few others as well, but of course we all know what Justin Rose has done over the years. But in those days, he was very young. I sort of knew him, not a great amount, but sort of. And it was just before he sort of did all this stuff. I don't think I actually played golf with him. I just met him once or twice.
Which club was he a member of?
Based at Stoke and North Hants, I think it was initially.
Yes, it's Max Waller's benefit this year for Somerset.
Oh, is it? Brochure?
If there is, I haven't seen it. But been lots of functions and special matches and so on, and he's been very well supported by the team.
Good. Is he not playing at all now for Somerset?
No, he's retired.
Oh, is he?
He's retired. Retired at the end of last season.
Okay.
Another over from Fuller from the pavilion end to Rue. He's there in bowls, and Rue plays that characteristic defensive shot of his when he comes right forward, gets his nose right over the pitch of the ball, plays it with the full face of the bat. It's almost as if he brings it around his right leg, which goes out towards the pitch of the ball. It's very effective. We got 2 short mid wickets. No, we haven't. One of them's a batsman. It's Tom Kohler Cadmore having a chat with Nick Gubbins as Fuller is in and bowls. And this is driven by Rue, not timed. He was looking for the gap between extra cover and mid-off. The ball was there for the shot. He just didn't get hold of it as he would have liked, and it went straight to Mo Abbas at extra cover. Tosses it to his fellow seam bowler Keith Barker. It's almost as if things are happening in slow motion at the moment. The fielding side conserving energy as much as possible, not rushing around too much in this enervating heat. This is turned away into the onside and very well fielded by Nick Gubbins. Quickly to his left at that short mid-wicket position. I don't think it would have gone for 4, but there would have been a couple of runs in it.
Love this tweet from Ian East about Fangate. You've even put hashtag Fangate. I wonder if that's trending. He says at Somerset Sport, shame about Fangate, but not the first time that commentary box has been full of hot air. Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
There's Fuller. He's there, bowls to Rue, drives. This time he does find the gap that he was looking for earlier on in the over. And Keith Parker goes rather lumbering after it, and he does in fact overtake the ball. I think he was rather hoping that was going to go over the boundary rope. They come back for 3 runs. He found the gap, James Rue. He didn't really time the shot very well. And Keith Parker's evidently feeling the heat. He's walking back very slowly to where his sun hat lies on the outfield. 3 runs taken, 187 for 4. Rue on to 28. And we've had an offer as well from Ian Shepherd, and they always look on the bright side of life podcast. If you pop down to Newton Abbot, you can borrow his fan, or we can borrow his fan. It's rather a long way, that's the trouble. Fuller bowls, and this is Kohler Cadmore just rides the bounce and sends it down to backward point for a single and for his 50. Very well judged innings. It has been a mixture of careful defence and judicious attack. It's occupied 67 balls, and he just took the number of 4s off. I think it's 1, 6 and 7 4s.
And the third time he's passed the half-century mark this season with 100.
Fuller to Rue, and Rue plays this in the air past the square leg umpire, and Tom Prest comes off the boundary to do the fielding. They take the single. It's the end of the over. That's 57 overs gone, 71 remaining, 189 for 4. Somerset need only another 313 to pull off an unlikely victory.
Now, we like proper facts here. We might get it wrong every now and then, but we try to be as accurate as we can. John earlier on the email said that he got into watching Hampshire at Bournemouth in either 45 or 46. Well, David's just handed me a note to say it would have definitely been 1946, because that was the first season after the break for the war. So there we are. We've got that fact in tip-top. And in fact, yesterday, those of you that were watching and listening yesterday will know towards the end that we had all sorts of stories about Trevor Jesty, former Hampshire all-rounder, who went on to do some umpiring and what have you, and he was here at the whole Hampshire All Players Day on Sunday. And we had an email, I won't mention who it was, who swore blind actually, because he emailed again saying, at what point of this email do you not think is true? And the initial email was that he played alongside Trevor Jesty for a team in London. And Dave, because he knows absolutely everybody in Hampshire, current players, old players, members and spectators and just about everybody, emailed Trevor Jesty to say, this particular person is claiming this. Here's Dawson, he's over the wicket to Rue. Rue gets an inside edge, it goes, flies past Fletcher Middleton at short leg, and it goes out for a single. You might remember also that Middleton took a reflex catch at short leg to get rid of Rue in the first innings. Anyway, and he got a replay late last night, did Dave Allen. He was so excited that he passed the email on to me, and I was still awake, amazingly enough, and I read it. And the email from Trevor Jesty said, no, that certainly wasn't me. So there we go. So there's another fact. And in fact, myself and Dave sort of, well, especially Dave, says, well, I don't think this is true. But we couldn't say for sure, as Kohler Cadmore quietly pushes that out on the offside. So that's another fact, and another thing we've got to the bottom of, which is definitely been proved. So there we are. So I was going to email that certain person later on in the day, but if you're still listening or watching, then I've done it on air. Oh, let's turn past the outside edge. Off from straight. That's not hitting any rough. No. That's just good bowling. Score remains on 190 for 4.
He's prodding down a spot that's clear of the bowler's footmarks that turned off the meat of the pitch.
Yes, Dawson again, or a short cut away into the gap for a single, and takes Kohler Cadmore on to 51 now. 191 for 4. Somerset having started the day 102 for 2. Dawson, it's just not quite happening for him at the moment. Sometimes those ones that pitch straight and turn just catch the outside edge, but not one yet. 1 or 2 that have pitched in the rough to Rue and have spat a little bit of, I wouldn't say successfully been negotiated, but they've been negotiated. And there are now 2 short legs for Mr. Rue. They are very close together. So what is James Rue going to do? I'm sure the reverse sweep might come out again here soon. There it is, straight away. And it's gone past the diving James Fuller, who just actually dived because he didn't really fancy running after it, because it was well away from him. But it was always going for 4 anyway. So straight away, James Rue. I think that was a pretty obvious gap in the field, so I think that was an obvious response. But nevertheless, still very well played by the 19-year-old.
Well executed, wasn't it?
That is exactly the phrase I was looking for. So he moves on to 34 from 70. Incredibly, spookily. Kohler Cadmore has faced exactly 70 balls as well for his 51. And these two have taken the score from 113 for 4. A little bit of a tricky first 20 minutes. And they've taken them on to 195 for 4. 307 needed for victory. Hampshire still needing 6 more wickets. We knew it was going to be a long day. 2 wickets in the first 20 minutes suggested that it might not be, but it's reverting to type from what we've seen over the first 3 and a bit days, that it's bowling is quite hard work on this. Try and prize batters out that don't want to get out. Rue's on the back foot, turns that behind square, fielded by Barker.
You see, if they'd had a leg slip, he probably wouldn't have played the shot.
True. 2 short legs and a leg slip.
Well, they haven't got anything to lose, Hampshire, have they?
True. True.
Somerset aren't going to score another 307 runs between now and the close of play off 70 overs. I suppose they might, but it's unlikely. I think Hampshire can afford to attack at the moment, particularly with Dawson getting a bit of turn out there. Kohler Cadmore will be on strike for the next over, bowled by James Fuller, who's gone for 37 runs in his 8 overs so far, but does have the wicket of Tom Abel to his name. This one comes back into Kohler Cadmore, and Ben Brown is obviously very impressed with the quality of that delivery. As he shouts his approval and claps his gloves above his head, Kohler Cadmore just wanders thoughtfully away towards Rob Bailey at the square leg umpire. We've got short mid-wicket, short extra cover, slip and a gully as the close catches, or close-ish catches. Fuller bowls, and this is turned to the short mid-wicket, who's Tom Prest. We haven't seen bowl this morning, bowled a few overs last evening. But it's Liam Dawson who's done the bulk of the bowling from this end, this hotel end this morning, after Mohammed Abbas picked up the 2 early wickets. Fuller is in from the pavilion end, and this is driven by Kohler Cadmore away through the offside. It's not going to go for 4. It will be cut off out there by Fletcher Middleton, and they'll come back for comfortable 2 runs. Kohler Cadmore on to 53, 197 for 4. And we've got 6 minutes to go before the lunch break. 3 balls in this episode. I think this over and then 2 more probably, as Dawson will get through his over from this end pretty quickly. full of bowls. Colin Cadmore defends. Back up the pitch, and Keith Barker will pick that up. Ian Shepherd on the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast makes the point that from torrential showers and the rustic bus shelter blowing over at Taunton to sweltering heat at the Ageas, you two, i.e. me and Kev, seem to attract the extremes of the weather when you get together.
Yep.
And, I mean, we had extreme cold at the start of last season. And we had extreme cold in the play gear as well when we were on the other side of the ground with all the windows and doors open. This is pulled away by Colin Cadmore for 4 runs. Handsome shot. Got on top of the bounce. Full swing of the bat. And away through straight mid-wicket. 4-4 moves on to 57 and Somerset on to past the 200. Yes, it's quite true that. I remember shivering up there on the top of the pavilion back in whenever that was. It's when Somerset bowled Hampshire out for 70 on the first morning, and then just managed to winkle out the last Hampshire batsman in the second innings. It always is edged, but all along the ground to Liam Dawson at first slip, who shies at the stumps, doesn't hit them. And it's the end of the over. 201 for 4.
So an hour and 35 minutes or thereabouts that these two have been together now. It's all about occupation of the crease and just making Hampshire work hard. I think they always knew that it was going to be hard work today to try and winkle out 8 wickets, but that initial euphoria of Sean Dixon and Andy Umeed going in the first 20 minutes has just turned to almost like here we go again, with batters being difficult to dislodge here, although Somerset in the first innings, I think, to be fair, didn't do themselves justice. Bowled out for 130 odd in 50 overs, certainly making a better fist of it this time around. So we've got some Tom Prest with his off spin, really sort of doing a Felix Organ role here. That's it. He'll want to bowl the right-hander rather than the left-hander because his line will have to be a little straighter than Liam Dawson's. Just giving Liam Dawson a break here is, oh my word, that is down the leg side. Ben Brown does well as he comes quickly across on the leg side, just hits him on the body. I think that's one of those where as a keeper you just want to make sure you get between or get behind the ball just to make sure it doesn't go for byes. A little bit of a loosener there from Prest. Bowling to Rue. That's very full on leg stump, just nudged away on the leg side, briefly in the air, but nobody's too close in, although that's going to change now with Fletcher Middleton coming in under the helmet on the leg side. Got James Vince in his more familiar position of first slip. He's been a little wider than that in this game and he's taken 2 really good catches at second and third slip. Normally at first slip where he is now is Prest bowls. Again, it's on the line of leg stump. Oh, and there's a little leading edge there. Now, for me, I just thought that was a little too leg side-ish, but he's almost clipping the edge of the rough there.
Yeah. James Rue just turning the bat, looking to work it away into the onside and getting the leading edge.
Has to be careful here. Prest again. That's a good line. It's a very good line. It's missing leg stump, but Rue has to play at it because he's not sure what the ball's going to do. Plays that out into the ground. It's a pretty good line here for Prest. Bowls again. That's on the line of leg-ish. Pushed into the ground again, fielded by Middleton. Actually, the line he's bowling is a little straighter. He's just missing the rough now. Round the wicket. Bowls to Rue. Plays that well into the ground. That's a good start from Tom Prest.
Good over. Very good over.
4 overs, none for 16.
Can't afford to let your concentration slip for even one delivery. I think that was the lesson from that over. James Rue having to work really hard against a succession of well-pitched deliveries. We're going to have some leg spin from Mr. Gubbins, who heads the Hampshire bowling averages with 1 wicket for 13 in 6 overs. As Kevin James goes off to bring news of this encounter to listeners to BBC Radio Solent I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, broadcasting to you on the BBC website and app and the Hampshire live stream as we have what will be the last over before lunch. Now, will Tom Kohler-Cadmore resist the temptation of having a go at a part-time leg spinner? Gubbins is in and bowls short, and it's a bit of a gift, and just be the one, I fancy, out to James Fuller. Sends in a not very good return, but Kohler-Cadmore more than happy to get up the other end, settling for the single. Takes him on to 58, 202 for 4. So Somerset, as things stand, have added exactly 100 runs this morning in 28.1 overs. So not a bad rate of progress. Gubbins is in and bowls and gets a little bit of turn there into the left-handed Rue, who plays it quietly back to the bowler. Fletcher Middleton under the helmet at forward short leg. Gubbins bowls a fuller delivery, and there might have been a single there, and Kohler-Cadmore has to regain his ground in a hurry as Toby Albert quickly onto that, got his return into the non-striker's end. 3 balls remain before lunch. It's a reverse sweep and an appeal for LBW, which is given not out. Goodness me, I was expecting Ben Debenham's finger to go up there. He's been out before this year in the last over before an interval, reverse sweeping as James Rue. There's a time and place for everything. This is quicker and just past Fletcher Middleton's right hand at forward short leg. Oh dear. Could do without this degree of excitement in the last over before lunch. Last ball then. Gubbins bowls, and this time Rue comes stretching forward in defence, kills the spin, and walks off for a spot of lunch, with Somerset having added exactly 100 this morning in 28 overs. 202 for 4. They're still 300 runs short of an unlikely victory here at the Ageas Bowl, but this partnership between James Rue on 34 and Tom Kohler-Cadmore on 18 has added so far 89 runs for the 5th wicket, and given Somerset just a glimmer of hope of being able to bat through the day and save this game.
Yeah, they certainly have. Yeah, well, it just shows what a bit of application can do here. But I think Nick Gubbins might play an increasingly bigger role as this game goes on, and as perhaps partnerships keep Hampshire out in the field for a lot longer yet, because there is some turn out there. Gubbins is getting some because he's firing it into the rough of the leg spin. Dawson got some turn but didn't pick up a wicket this morning. That may change this afternoon. Tom Press will bowl some overs, but of course he's not a frontline spinner. Well, nor is Nick Gubbins, but being the wrist spinner, you never know. Might just cause a problem or two. But well done to Tom Kohler-Cadmore and to James Rue. We'll be back with you in just under 40 minutes. Back to the Ageas Bowl, where the two umpires, Ben Debenham and Rob Bailey, are out in the middle, and the Hampshire players, not surprisingly, fairly close behind. I can't see the two Somerset batters. Oh, there they are. They're just making their way down the steps at the pavilion end. So we are just minutes away from getting underway the afternoon session on day 4 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. The situation currently over the break is that Somerset in their second innings are 202 for 4. They need exactly 300 from here if they are to win this game, which would appear unlikely, but with Tom Kohler-Cadmore on 58 not out and James Rue on 34 not out at the crease and putting on an unbroken Ageas partnership for the 4th wicket, you do feel that things are possible. But Hampshire starting the day needing 8 wickets, picked up 2 inside the first 20 minutes, which gave hope of an early finish, but they were dashed with these two that were out there in the middle. Sean Dixon, who added in fact he didn't add any, just lasted 5 balls this morning, was out for 63. Bowled by Mohammed Abbas, the ball that pitched and just straightened a fraction, not back off stump. And then Andy Umid was well caught by Dawson in the slips off Abbas for 25, and he added just 4 to his overnight total. So at 102 for 2 this morning, it went to 106 for 3, 113 for 4. And now we've sort of reverted back to type in this game, really, where the pitch is very docile and wickets look hard to come by. Even though there's a bit of turn out of the rough for the spinners and for Dawson off the straight. But these two, Dave Allen, I'm Kevin James, by the way, have played pretty well, haven't they?
Oh, they have indeed. Yeah, I think done very well in a difficult situation, because I've been talking about, speculating on the possibility of Somerset chasing this target, but I don't think that's realistic. But at the moment, Hampshire are taking 2 wickets per session, and there are only 2 sessions to go, so they've got to up that.
They have,
and it's more likely to happen at the end, isn't it? But I think these two have done very well indeed.
Yeah, well, we might learn a bit as to where we're going this afternoon. 2-hour session, of course, no smaller, no greater on the last day. So it doesn't matter how many overs are left at tea. We will be stopping at 10 past 3, isn't it? Yeah. Barker switching ends then, left arm over the wicket with his seamers. And there's a nice drive on the up from Kohler-Cadmore, and that's going to produce 4 runs to get the afternoon session underway. He's been pretty positive out there. He's 62 now, have come off 78 balls. And Somerset move on to 66, I should say, off 79. I was just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over. So 210 for 4 Somerset.
They're clearly going for it. Now, there has been some sensational news over the lunchtime, though.
Oh, really? What, your lunch was good? Oh, what's that?
I'll tell them in a minute.
Here's Barker. Low full toss, driven out to extra cover, no run. Go on then.
On my blog, if you're interested in looking, which is simply called Hampshire Cricket History, if you go on there, there's a photograph, and the caption reads, "Kev, who has many fans all over the world, now has one in the gantry." We've got the fan and it's blowing on us, and it's lovely.
Yes, it's nearer you than me, but it's in a good position, isn't it? Yeah. Barker bowls, forward is Kohler-Cadmore. It's gone out into the covers. So yes, at the 5th time of asking,
we got it. Yeah. And Anthony doesn't know yet. He's about to come back from lunch, and he'll walk in and think, "Oh, good, I can have a nice leisurely afternoon being fanned while I watch Somerset save the match."
That's lovely. It's a welcome addition, which probably would have been absolutely ideal on day 1, but finally, at least it's here.
That was the killer day, wasn't it? Goodness me.
Here's Barker again, bowls, Kohler-Cadmore gets one, it bounces a fraction, keeps it down well, goes to backward a point.
And in a couple of minutes, I'm hoping that John, who emailed earlier and talked about Bournemouth in 45 and 46, and I was sort of categorically saying, well, it would have been 46 because that's when first-class cricket resumed. But I've got a rather nice little 1945 story, so John in particular, I hope you're listening, but I suspect some other people will enjoy it. So just a quick story next over.
Looking forward to that one as Barker comes in. Straighter, Kohler-Cadmore works that to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, and it does. It is about 1945 when the war finished. The war in Europe, at least, finished in May. People began to come back. Not everybody. Leo Harrison actually didn't get back till the following season. He didn't play in 46 really. He got back in 47. But a lot of people were coming back and beginning to pick up bats and balls again, and get rid of their khaki or their naval uniforms or whatever. So.
Barker again, pass to Kohler Cadmore on the back foot and steers that into the gap once more, and despite Gubbins running after that, he won't get there. And that's 2 boundaries to start the afternoon session. And Kohler Cadmore did have him on 66 actually, now he's on 66.
Yeah.
So the scoreboard had suddenly gone on 8 runs initially. 210 for 4, 292 needed by Somerset.
Yeah, who knows? So anyway, what happened was that county cricket clubs were. They had no money for a start. Some people had kept memberships going during the war, which was terrific because there was very little cricket played at all. I spoke about Neville Rogers earlier. Well, I know that Neville was in the army and was out in the Far East and so on, and he played 1 game of cricket. He'd come on the staff in 1939. He then played 1 game of cricket in 6 years, came straight back on the staff and made 90 in his first game.
Wow.
And he just, but when you look at that, you think they missed 5 or 6 formative years. It must have been so hard. But in 45 they started trying to play little bits of cricket here and there to cheer up the folks at home as much as anything, as well as getting them playing. And there were a couple of games at Bournemouth. We've only got a scorecard for one of them. Hampshire played a Royal Air Force 11 in a 1-day single innings match, and these were not limited overs games. These were old-fashioned single innings declaration games, but they played the Royal Air Force at Bournemouth in August. So maybe you saw that one, John. I don't know. I'll tell you a little bit about it in a minute. As Dawson bowls, he's changed ends, bowls that very quickly, and not a lot of flight there, and Rue just plays it back. Rue on 34 not out. Faced an over from Tom Prest, Rue. Dawson bowls again, and he just gives himself a bit of room, pushes it away, backward a square on the offside, and they take a single. Which is interesting because Rue played under Tom Prest when Prest captained England under-19s in the World Cup, so they will know a bit about each other. And probably Rue would have kept wicket to Tom Prest's off spin in that tournament, I think. I don't know if he kept wicket, but I think he did. Dawson to bowl again. So a Hampshire side was assembled with some well-known names: Neil McCorkle, Arthur Holt, the former Southampton footballer and eventually Hampshire coach. That's just pushes out on the offside, a bit of bounce there. Vince encouraging him. There are quite a few names not so well known, but Lofty Herman, Bob Herman's father, who's a well-known Hampshire bowler, he played. Dawson bowls, that's much quicker, and there's a slash at that, and a misfield. Tumble, and is it going to go? Yes, it is. Attempt at a tumbling stop, but he should have got that catch. No, I think.
I was more interested in the shot.
Square, but it was. It's a bit odd. Okay, 100 partnership. Let's just acknowledge that. 102 runs. James Rue 35 of them, and Kohler Cadmore 63. But it was wild.
That was a wild slog, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so I don't know quite what that's about. But so Lofty Herman, yeah, Stuart Boys, who played all the way through the 20s and 30s, Dawson bowls, and that's just pushed out on the offside. He was there, and Stuart was one of those people who came back from wartime, had that little game in 1945, but didn't play any more first-class cricket, so he lost 5 or 6 years at the end of his career. Slow left arm and took a lot of wickets. Dawson bowls, that's a more conventional forward defensive, carefully played. So Hampshire got 197 for 7 and declared when the 7th wicket fell. And the Royal Air Force didn't do terribly well, but it's worth saying that the Royal Air Force had quite a number of first-class cricketers. Sid Buller, who went on to become a famous umpire, played for Worcestershire. George Cox of Sussex was playing. Percy Jackson, Worcestershire. Cyril Turner of Yorkshire. They all played, but the one that really delights me is the opening bat for the Royal Air Force, who sadly didn't get any runs. He was dismissed by Lofty Herman. and he played 26 matches for Worcestershire. In the much before that, he was pretty old by the time he played this game. He was 52, and his name was William Shakespeare. This is lovely, isn't it?
I think that name came up a while ago. Here comes Barker outside the off stump. He's over the wicket to Rue, who lets that one alone. Somerset 215 for 4, by the way, in their second innings. Rue has 35, Cadmore 70. I'm sure there was... I don't know if I was involved in the commentary or whether I heard it somewhere else or whatever, early in the season, where there was some sort of names coming up, a certain batch of names, not theatrical names, but it might have been something else.
Something
and I'm sure that name was included. You know, when you come up with a quiz, right? Name 11 names that are this or that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that name came up. There can't be too many Shakespeares played cricket. Rue's forward. It's worked out behind square on the leg side and gets one, moves on to 36.
And way back in I think the early 19th, I'm trying to remember the details and I can't really know, but there was a Julius Caesar who played cricket in England.
That came up as well.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. They probably will get lots sent in now. And,
well, we've had it. Yeah, we've had it. Caesar. I think it was. I can't remember what's most historical names or something. I can't remember. But I'm sure that came up because I was I remember being amazed, thinking, really?
Yeah.
A Caesar played.
Yeah.
Here comes Barker round the wicket to Kohler Cadmore. Thinks about a single as he pushed it up to mid-on. Abbott Fields. So 286 Somerset need from here. That doesn't seem to be totally out of the question, but of course, on day 4, as things draw towards a close, even if it is close, each run becomes very, very precious. At the moment, with 286, the deficit is, runs are not precious really. But as things get tight, then of course that 286 is probably worth more than 300, much more than 300. That's pushed out behind square on the offside.
It would be an extraordinary achievement. I mean, we were saying earlier that nobody's won a fourth innings run chase on this ground by getting to 350. So to get to 500 plus would be just incredible.
That's right.
And although these things tend to happen more in the modern era than used to be the case, certainly in the days when I first watched with lots of uncovered pitches, nobody would ever dream what you probably wouldn't be chasing 500 to start.
No. Bit of bounce, but Kohler Cadmore plays that nicely, rides it and works it down to third where there's nobody, and that's 4 runs. Well, it's a good start to this session by Somerset. 220 for 4 they are now. Kohler Cadmore moves on to 74, having been 58 at lunch. Nick Kempley has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Enjoying the commentary, he says, especially Dave's record of highest fourth innings scores. From that, we can take comfort that Somerset winning is highly unlikely. Well, it is really.
Sure.
More relevant might be stats on the longest fourth innings to secure a draw.
Okay. We'll see what I can do.
Oh, look at that. I love those questions. Wrapped on the pad, Kohler Cadmore. End of the over.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it will take me just a little while.
Do it when you have a break. Don't rush into it. So you are a wizard around the...
Highest. That wasn't... was that a question about this ground or... No, because we've kind of done this ground, so it'd have to be bigger than that, wouldn't it? So,
but we're saying the highest chase on this ground was just over 400, weren't we?
No,
generally.
330 odd, I think.
Right.
Actually, I better look all that up again.
So the highest successful chase on this ground is 330. There we go.
Well, I was about to say Dawson bowls. He does, and the umpire's given it. I've got to say that Rue doesn't look at all convinced about that because he's not doing anything other than staring at the umpire, looking fed up. He tries to drive through cover, and he paid no attention at all to anything while Dawson and the others were celebrating. So whether he thinks that that wasn't that good. So it's a great shame as well, because we're joined by Anthony, who was just about to be cheered up by the sight of the fan, instead of which he's walked in to see Somerset lose a wicket. So you can at least cool down a bit, Anthony, while you contemplate that. But it means that Rue is out for 36, and it's 220 for 5. So maybe that question about the draw is slightly less urgent, but I'm just going to repeat some of those bits and pieces of figures. They are on that same site, underneath the picture of Kev with his fan. If you want to see all the records that I listed earlier, it just is Hampshire Cricket History. It's actually hampshirecrickethistory.wordpress.com, but if you look up Hampshire Cricket History, you can find all that. So the highest winning fourth inning score on this ground was 330 for 5. Hampshire's highest on this ground is only 300. The highest on the ground, 347 for 8, but that was a draw. So nobody's made 350 on this ground.
And of course, then you've got to go some after that. So, and that's a big wicket to fall, because now we are away from the specialist batters and we're starting to get into the all-rounders here with Lewis Gregory walking to the crease. So, 107 run partnership for the fourth wicket. For the fifth wicket, I tell a lie, has been broken by Liam Dawson, who interestingly has changed ends. Didn't have any luck this morning bowling from this northern end, where he'd been bowling prior to this spell throughout the match, and very quickly he's picked up a wicket. So there's been a lot of action already in a short space of time, Dave. 15 minutes after lunch, and we've had a flurry of boundaries and a wicket as well, which from a Hampshire point of view has been quite timely. Nick Jenkins at Solent Sport, referring to your picture, Dave, said it's a good fan picture, but those chairs don't look that comfortable. Well, they're all right, aren't they?
They're okay, and they have to be this high to see over the balcony.
That's right.
Dawson bowls, that's just played defensively out on the onside. Poor Charlotte yesterday was struggling. She's not quite as big as me or tall as me, and she was struggling to do that, standing up sometimes when the ball was running down here. But no, these chairs are okay actually. Yeah, they're all right. I don't mind them.
There's worse around.
Yeah, Dawson in and bowls, and that's just played defensively out. There's a man at Silly Point, first slip, deepish sort of gully, really deepish gully, backward point. Short cover, so there are people there are one or two predatory fielders. Nobody much out. There's not a sweeper out on the leg side. There's one out on the offside, but that would be going with the spin, and that is played on the offside, but it's Nick Gubbins in his usual position of cover, fairly close in. So the right-hander would be playing Dawson normally through the offside, and that one is just pushed down to Silly Point. There's no run. 220 for 5. I guess the other crucial thing now is we're closing in on 60 overs remaining, so it's still a big task this for Somerset. Just gives himself some room there, and slash cuts the ball really out to cover Gregory, and he's got himself a single. End of the over. Applause for Dawson, who has figures of 2 for 71 after 19 overs. Run rate 3.4, perfectly decent. Run rate required 4.5, I think fairly forbidding for the last 5 wickets of any innings on a fourth day. Although the pitch is not giving huge help to the bowlers.
No. So Liam Dawson with his second wicket of the innings, 2 for 71 from 19. James Rue's innings of 36 lasted 87 balls with 5 fours. 107 run partnership for the fifth wicket with Tom Kohler, Cadmore broken. Got quite a long email here, so I'm going to get through it now actually, because Dave's going to disappear in a minute or so. Martin Hills at solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, a few memories and thoughts, all relating to recent commentaries as Barker comes in round the wicket and bowls to Gregory, in behind that one. And hopefully of interest during more attritional passages of play this afternoon. Well, it's not quite an attritional passage at the moment, but we'll read it out anyway. In 2007, Hampshire chased down 3-3-1 from 92 overs to beat Warwickshire. That might be the one you're mentioning. That was then what was then the Rose Bowl. Admittedly, it was a manufactured finish to a 4-day game created by rain. Michael Carberry scored 192 not out in spite of regular attacks of cramp.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Is this the highest successful fourth innings chase at the Ageas? I think you did mention that. That's pushed up to mid-off by Gregory. I might have to come back to the rest of that in a moment, because I'm going to have to get Anthony on, because I've got to sort of disappear for a minute or so.
All right.
So Dave, just take leave for the moment But have no fear. Dave won't go far, and he certainly won't go far now because the fan is close by. So that guarantees that he will stay. And certainly Anthony will be. And I've rigged up the fan so that they're the nearest. How nice of me is that? I can barely feel it, although I can just about. Barker bowls full at this time to Gregory. Pushes out to extra cover. So what a nice bloke I am that I've put the fan nearest the two others. See, that would have gone unnoticed unless I'd actually mentioned it. So there we are. That's a pat on the back for me. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, I arrived back on the gantry just as James Rue was being dismissed. It's the hope that kills. Barker then to Gregory. In bowls, and Gregory gets one off an inside edge down to the fine leg boundary. Could easily have gone back onto his stumps, but it didn't. It brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 5, takes Somerset on to 222 for 5. We're nearing the halfway point of the innings in terms of overs, with 65 having been bowled. We're in the 66th and 62 remaining. Barker to Gregory with their. He leaves this alone. My goodness me, that did not miss the off stump by very much. Heart in mouth time. Both slips with their hands on their heads, and with good reason on that occasion. Slip fielders often try and kid batsmen on that the ball has only just missed the stumps with lots of oohs and ahs and so on, but that one I can tell you was very, very close. It's some cloud overhead this afternoon, but it's not really impinging on the heat. And Gregory this time strokes this nicely into the offside, but can't get it past Fletcher Middleton at point, and that's the end of that over. 225 for 5. Kohler Cadmore on 74. Fancy he hasn't faced a delivery since the dismissal of James Rue. And Lewis Gregory on 5. And we're going to have Dawson to continue from the pavilion end. If the Wi-Fi has come back up, yes it has. David John Baker saying, can we dream? 300 behind. I hope so. Well, wicket of James Rue has, if not shattered Somerset dreams, it certainly dented them. But well, these two can both bat, and Kohler Cadmore well established, 74 from 91 deliveries. He's going to be facing the slow left arm of Liam Dawson. He's forward, thinking about a single as that runs down to Keith Barker, but it's not there. So it's a hot, still afternoon. Quite humid as well. Don't think there's any threat of thunderstorms. But Dawson bowls and Kohler Cadmore stretches forward. We've seen some aggressive batting in the 25 minutes that we've had since lunch, but I think the wicket of Rue has rather put the lid on that as Dawson is in and bowls to Kohler Cadmore. Plays it back into the offside. Dawson cradling the ball in his hands and takes Kohler Cadmore on the pad as he stretches forward, but hits him outside the line of leg stump. Had a communication from Harry Everett, who does the live stream down at Somerset, Kev, to say that whilst Tom Prest did captain James Rue in the England Under-19 World Cup, he didn't played back to the bowler, and there's a shy at the stumps, but Kohler Cadmore back safely enough. Rue wasn't actually keeping wicket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, thank you. Thanks for that, anyway. We've had a lot the last few days of getting sort of statements put right, which is good, and we like that.
It's Dawson to Kohler Cadmore. Down the pitch, lofting this one away over the top of straight mid-wicket for Looking at the umpire, 4. Lost that in the haze. Takes Cola Cadmore on to 78, 229 for 5. Just a couple of casual steps down the pitch. Nice swing of the bat. Found the middle of the blade and sailed away over the top of straight mid wicket. An absolutely classic TKC shot.
Yeah. He's certainly been positive.
He's never anything except positive.
Well, it's exciting to watch in a day which is a bit attritional on the whole, isn't it? Really, it's that sort of wicket has been throughout the game, and of course Somerset fighting hard to avoid defeat. So to have a player such as Cola Cadmore to play the way he is, it's very welcome indeed. As Barker comes round the wicket and bowls, he's playing and missing outside the off stump. There was a part shout from Ben Brown behind the stumps. Stephen Clark has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. Now, we sort of yesterday became a sort of a bit of a thing really. The former Hampshire all-rounder Trevor Jesty, we were sort of saying, well, if you came across him in any shape or form, let us know. And it's actually spilt over to today because Stephen is in the Shane Warne stand at the far end of the ground, just to the right of the pavilion as we look, and he says, a little known early exploit of Trevor's. I think that's you. Actually, I did think, actually, Anthony, that your kit is just making a bit of a noise. We might have to get you some more. We have to get you some headphones, actually. I will get some more for you in a moment. Have you heard a little crackly thing in your ears?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
It's every time you plug yours in, and I didn't want to say anything initially. Somebody mentioned it to me, and when you plugged in, it came back. So I think we've definitely located the source. I will get you some headphones in a moment. It might be as you get close to the box here as well.
I'll stay away from the box.
Yeah. No, it's still there. So when I've done this bit, after this over, I will just go and get you some more headphones. Here comes Barker, comes round the wicket and bowls full to Gregory, and there is no run. Stephen says, a little known early exploit of Trevor's was that when he worked on the new block of Price's School in Fareham in the winter of, I think, around 67, 68. I used to see him most days, says Steve. Well, of course, we might have to check with Trevor Jesty once more, Dave, and we might have to email him, go straight to the man himself and say, did you work on Price's School in Fareham around the mid-60s? So, but we don't doubt that. It's just that we had somebody claim something yesterday and it wasn't true. That's pushed out behind square on the offside, and that came from an email from Trevor himself last night to Dave Allen. Now, you've just thrown something to me here, Dave, and it says Warwickshire's 353 for 5 declared. Hampshire 23 for 1 declared in 1 and a bit overs. Warwickshire forfeited. This was the rain-affected big chase, wasn't it? It was manufactured where Carberry got all those runs. Warwickshire forfeit, Hampshire 3-3-1 for 5. And they won the game, so it's sort of a fourth innings, it says here on the note. So there we are, got that exactly as it was, as that's pushed quietly up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So the score here is 229 for 5. Somerset starting their innings at tea time, just after tea yesterday, needing 502 to win. They closed last night at 102 for 2. Here we are, 3 wickets later, and 127 runs on from there as well. Here comes Barker again and bowls, and all dry, but in the gap just about, in the air slightly, but just wide of mid-off. Toby Albert diving to his left with no real conviction, because actually it was hit with quite a bit of power, but it wasn't all along the carpet as it made its way past the fielder. 233 for 5. Anthony, you stay there for a minute. I'm just going to go and find you some headphones.
Yep, we saw a classic Tom Cola Cadmore shot in the previous over, and that last one from Lewis Gregory was a classic Lewis Gregory shot. Firm drive that he didn't quite manage to keep down, but hit it hard enough that it went past the fielder at mid-off. Brings him 4 runs, 233 for 5. 60 overs, a minimum thereof, remain in the day's play. 269 the target, but Somerset only have 5 wickets. As Dawson bowls to Cola Cadmore, who plays that out into the offside, and there's no run.
Right, shall we change you over? And now I'm back. There we go. So hopefully that will work. If it doesn't, I have no idea. Here comes Dawson from that pavilion end. Cadmore drives slightly uppishly. He goes out behind square. Prest is after it. Slides into it. 2 more to Cola Cadmore. Takes him on to 80. And the Somerset total on to 235 for 5. 267 needed. I'll just wait till you put those on and then we can... Oh, it's clear as a bell.
Absolutely, that's better, isn't it?
Yeah, you might have to get those looked at down at BBC Somerset when you get back, as straight ball, Cola Cadmore plays that quietly back down the pitch. Oh, I can hear you loud and clear now, Anthony.
Good. Well, I'm not sure whether it's good or not.
It's good. It's good. 267 needed. 5 wickets needed by Hampshire as Cola Cadmore pushes that out behind square on the offside. A wicket for Dawson last night. A wicket of Lammonby, and then he's had to wait until just after lunch to get his second. It's the longest wait he's had between wickets for quite a while, that's for sure, as Cola Cadmore pushes that out quietly to a short extra cover. He's been taking wickets and scoring runs for fun over the last few weeks. I wouldn't say it's quite the case in the 100, but certainly for Hampshire in the last week or so. But he's had a pretty decent 100 as tournament as well for London Spirit, as that's pushed to extra cover. End of the over. Dawson's completed 21 overs, 2 for 77. Somerset 235 for 5, with Cola Cadmore on 80, and Lewis Gregory on 9.
To give him his full title.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Tom Cola Cadmore won that little tactical battle with Liam Dawson after carting him down the ground last ball of the previous over. Dawson just bowling a little bit flatter and faster in that over, so as not to toss the ball up, and probably it's the one that he adds a little bit of flight to that is the more likely one to get the wicket. Cola Cadmore seems quite comfortable just defending good length balls on his off stump that aren't really turning because they're being pushed through. So Tom Prest, Harry Everett said that keeping wicket was Alex Horton in that under 19 World Cup from Glamorgan.
Okay.
It's Tom Prest to bowl to Gregory, who gets right across his stumps to defend that delivery. Got a forward short leg and a slip, shortish mid wicket, man out at deep mid wicket. Gregory back on his stumps to a short ball from Prest that turns into him from the rough outside the batsman's off stump, right-hander's off stump, and there's plenty of it for Prest to target. This is a sweep or a slog sweep from Lewis Gregory, who runs out of patience but makes no contact, hits him on the pad outside the line of the off stump, goes down to slip where James Vince fields. Prest again to Gregory, who's back on his stumps, letting that go through. A little bit of turn, but not enough to represent any real threat of hitting the off stump. Humid afternoon. Tosses this one up and is driven by Lewis Gregory for 4 runs. It was a wide half volley offered up by Tom Prest and stroked away very handsomely through the covers by Lewis Gregory, who moves on to 13, 239 for 5.
I'm not quite sure what rough he was aiming at. Maybe the rough on the wicket next door.
It's Prest again. This is short. Oh my goodness me, that one was shorter and did turn quite sharply out of the rough. But Gregory's judgment was vindicated as the ball whipped past his off stump without making contact. End of the over, 239 for 5. Somerset have another 58 overs to get through to reach the promised land of a draw.
Draw it was between these two sides earlier in Taunton.
Which Somerset had much the better of.
They did. Hampshire had to bat out all last day, didn't they? And Tables have been turned here. 239 for 5.
There was a famous occasion, I can't think, it was 2017, was it, when James Vince batted all day on the last day for 200?
He did, yeah.
To
Amla.
deny, with Hashim Amla, to deny Somerset.
Game of draws between these two sides. Oh, that's not always been the case. It's Dawson bowls and on the back foot is Kohler Cadmore. In fact, here in the championship, Hampshire have won 3 of the last 4. Somerset 1 of the last 6. So, whilst there's been a smattering of draws, there has been results in the last 4 matches between these two sides. As that's pushed into the ground, fielded up widest slip by James Vince.
Well, the last one Somerset won here was at the start of 2021 season, wasn't it? Before spectators were allowed back.
10 wickets. Sorry, 10 wickets.
Yeah.
As Kohler Cadmore works that into the gap off the back foot on the offside, he moves on to 81. 240 for 5 now, Somerset in their second innings.
Somerset needed 2, I think it was, to win, and Alex Wharf, one of the umpires, was prowling around with his light meter before the innings could start, and they managed to get 1 over in which time Eddie Byram managed to get the ball away for a couple of runs, and then it rained and it carried on raining.
It's on the back foot there, Gregory. Yeah, it wasn't very good weather. I remember that.
It wasn't. It was cold. I think we lost a whole day, didn't we?
Yeah.
After Hampshire had been bowled out for next to nothing. First up.
Dawson. Forward is Gregory. Goes out on the leg side. There's a slipper. There's a silly mid-off. So Dawson's bowling round the wicket. Yeah, but no such weather here for this game. Completely the opposite. Dawson bowls again. Gregory's on the back foot was turned. Beating the outside edge there, and that's a good ball to end Liam Dawson's 22nd over. 2 for 78. Somerset 240 for 5. We have a minimum of 57 overs left in the day, and Somerset need 262 from here, and Hampshire need 5 wickets from here.
Which end does Liam Dawson favour here at the Ageas Bowl?
Probably this northern end, on the whole. I just think it wasn't happening for him, was it, earlier? So, I think that's what James Vince does. He'll swap the bowling around until something happens. The guys. I mean, what's his name? Barker's. I couldn't think of his name. Barker's bowled 4 overs this end. He's been bowling the other end. He'll just swap it around until something happens.
Until the new ball arrives.
Yeah.
In another 9 overs' time. Pressed to Kohler Cadmore, comes across his stumps and plays that down into the onside past Fletcher Middleton at forward short leg for a trotted single. 241 for 5. Kohler Cadmore on to 82, which is his second best score of the season. His best being the century that he got, 135, I think it was, against Northants. This is Gregory's back on his stumps, and don't know what that hit.
It's ballooned up in the air.
Ballooned up in the air from something, a pad, I think. But there's plenty of turnout there for Messrs Dawson and Prest. Gregory plays this just short of Fletcher Middleton, and they go through, they steal a single. That's well spotted by Kohler Cadmore. Saw the opportunity, that ball just eluding Fletcher Middleton under the helmet, forward short leg, and Moa Bass had some ground to make to pick it up and gave them time to steal a single. This is Kohler Cadmore back on his stumps, turning it up to Nick Gubbins at short mid-wicket. 242 for 5. Pressed bowls, tosses it up, full toss, and a sweep, and I think that was a top edge, and James Vince anticipated really well from slip and flung himself across. And is it going to be given as runs? No. Leg pies.
Yeah, I mean, for me that was too full to sweep. I mean, that had to come off something else.
It was a full toss, wasn't it?
That was almost. It was almost a Yorker outside off stump, but that's a premeditated sweep. That you wouldn't normally be trying to sweep that length.
Well, he doesn't get 4 runs, but 4 runs go on the Somerset score. He sweeps again, this time gets hold of that, but James Fuller is out there. No, it's not James Fuller, it is Kyle Abbott patrolling the boundary. So it's just a single. Kohler Cadmore moves on to 83, keeps the strike. 245 for 5 for Somerset. 56 overs remain.
Yeah, the part-time off-spin of Tom Prest there is just sort of it's not quite sort of attacking enough. There's a couple of balls in there that is a potential wicket-taking balls, but 2 out of 6 on a wicket where there's plenty of rough just outside the right-handers off stump, and maybe even a little bit of turn for him from straighter is just not quite putting enough pressure on the batters at this stage. A couple that are too short, and on this pace of the wicket, the batters are just able to just ride whatever the ball does off the bounce. I would almost give Nick Gubbins another little go. I know it's 2 right-handers out there, but I think out of the 8 overs we've got, I think this end, out of the 4 overs that we're going to bowl this end, I would give a couple to Gubbins. We'll have to wait and see. Here's Dawson though, forward. Kohler Cadmore's getting good use of the feet there, getting well forward when he needs to.
He's a tall man, 6'3", I should think.
And as Dawson comes in again from that pavilion end, bowls quicker ball. Kohler Cadmore was looking to give himself a little bit of room. Just pushes that out on the offside in the end from a standing position. Still that slip in. There's a man on the straight drive, very close in actually, between the batter and the non-striker. That's Lewis Gregory as Kohler Cadmore pushes forward, goes out the leg side. No, says Lewis Gregory. Good call. Don't take any chances. 257 for from here. I think we'll get 1 or 2 people starting to look at that board anxiously. Still a long way to go though, as Kohler Cadmore drives, picks out Gubbins an extra car. You've got to remember that actually they're not even quite halfway through the runs target yet. And we are not far off the second new ball, so that'll give you an example of the mammoth total that Somerset are chasing. Kohler Cadmore's on the back foot, keeps a little low this time.
Yeah, shorter and quicker from Dawson. He's varying his flight nicely. Hasn't tossed one up recently though, but he's got cover out at, he's got a long on, long off, deep mid wicket.
There's Dawson again. Kohler Cadmore quietly playing that out on the onside end of the over. 245 for 5. Got an email here from Richard Stacey, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "What ho, valued commentary team. Delighted to hear you now have a fan in the gantry. Baking gently on Hailing Island," he says. "Can I be the 94th emailer to point out that the scorecard is not on the live feed?" You can be. You might even be the 194th, because I haven't read them all out, to be honest. But you're right, and as I said before, I have no idea why that is. I could have asked at lunchtime, actually, because I saw several of the media team there, but to be honest, I was more interested in scoffing my ham, egg and chips than I was to ask why there was no scorecard on the live picture feed. So you're none the wiser.
Tom Prest to Lewis Gregory, who slog sweeps, and it is going to be cut off. It's in the air for quite a long time, but landing well away from Kyle Abbott, who's patrolling the boundary at deep square leg. Was that a no ball? Not sure.
Yeah, it says no balls on the scorecard, on the ball.
Rob Bailey with his arm outstretched. This time it runs off the outside edge of Lewis Gregory's defensive bat down towards the third man boundary. Keith Parker goes steadily after it. Hard to describe that. He couldn't say he was sprinting after it. That's 250 on the board for Somerset, which means that they are very nearly halfway there. Pressed to Gregory, taken on the pad, appeal for LBW. Might have been a bit high and probably a bit leg side. It was height, I think, as much as anything. There's quite a bit of bounce for both spinners at the moment. Another slog sweep, and Gregory sweeping from with his pad well outside the line of off stump, which from the point of view of LBW is a risk-free shot. It's not a risk-free shot, full stop though, because the top edge is always in the equation, and Kyle Abbott is waiting at deepish mid-wicket. Gregory's back on his stumps this time, playing that defensively. I'm sure Somerset have got chasing this target down in mind. I think the aggression that we're seeing is just to stop the bowlers settling into a groove, just to disrupt their rhythm. Another sweep, this time is well timed.
Oh!
And a very good stop by Kyle Abbott, who lost his footing as he went towards that, but still managed to get his right hand down on the ball, keep them down to just a single. 252 for 5, and Somerset are past the halfway mark. As Prest is in and bowls, and comes off Kohler Cadmore's bat. It was in the air through leg slip, and there is no leg slip, fortunately for TKC and Somerset, so it's 253 for 5 at the end of the over. 84 to Kohler Cadmore, 19 to Lewis Gregory.
So just the two matches are going on right now in Division 1 of the County Championship. Yesterday Surrey beat Warwickshire convincingly. Another result now, Lancashire have beaten Northamptonshire by an innings and 26 runs. Northamptonshire bowled out for 266 in their second innings. They were 211 for 5 at the start of play this morning. And the other game at Chelmsford is only into day 3 there as Dawson starts a new over, quicker one, and he jabs down on that one, does Kohler Cadmore. It's an inside edge. There's 45 on the leg side. Essex are 279 for 5 in their second innings against Middlesex, and they lead by 404. They're getting themselves into a mightily handily position. They're currently second to Surrey, but a bit of a gap between those two, as there is between second and third. Essex and Hampshire is Dawson. Kohler Cadmore on the back foot. And there is no run. Durham have beaten Sussex in Division 2 of the Championship. In fact, there's only one other match going on in Division 2 now. That's Derbyshire, who require 308 runs with 3 wickets remaining against Yorkshire. That looks like that's going to draw to a close between now and tea as Dawson bowls, and forward is Kohler Cadmore.
Good battle this between Dawson and Kohler Cadmore, which Dawson is winning at the moment.
Yeah. Well, the conditions are slightly in his favour. Kohler Cadmore's batted terrifically, as bowls again. Again, Kohler Cadmore's quietly playing that back to the bowler. 6 o'clock tonight, England women taking on Sri Lankan women in the T20 International Series. It's the only other major cricket of note around in this country, anyway. Dawson again from that pavilion end bowls. Kohler Cadmore again playing quietly. Ben Brown comes round to pick the ball up. How's the fan, Anthony?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's just fine.
I wouldn't say it's made a huge difference.
Is it not? All that trouble, Dave, and it's only fine. Here comes Kohler Cadmore again off the back foot, pushes that out behind square on the offside. No run, maiden over for Liam Dawson. 24 overs, 2 for 78, and Somerset here are 253 for 5.
Yeah, the heat is sort of more oppressive today. It's not blazing sunshine because of the high cloud overhead, hazy cloud, but high humidity, and it is very warm here. To be precise, it is 28 degrees.
Oh, lovely.
55.
What was it yesterday?
It was 28 yesterday, yeah. But that was later on in the afternoon. We haven't got the full glare of the sun into our camera gantry just yet. It'll get hotter up here as the afternoon goes on. Right, Tom Prest to bowl another over to Lewis Gregory. He's in bowls, and Gregory's back on his stumps, playing that into a gap on the offside, and they trot through for a comfortable single. 236 for 5. 52 overs and 5 balls remain in the day as a minimum. Prest is in and bowls, and this is a slog sweep from, and he's gone. That is the end of Kohler Cadmore. He went for the slog sweep, he missed it, and he's bowled. 254 for 6, and that surely is the end of Somerset hopes of drawing the game, let alone winning it. Well, he went for the big shot once too often. He's made 84. He's batted very, very well, Tom Kohler Cadmore, but decided he would have a go at the young off-spinner and paid the price.
Well, I always felt in this little spell up to the second new ball that a wicket for Tom Prest would be a bonus, and it's come. And what's really nice for the youngster, that is his first-class wicket. So well done to him. A good one to have in your bag as your first one. And listen, it is the way he plays. But I always felt, James Vince I'm sure would have felt out there, if Presty can get one for me, then that is a bonus, and that's happened.
Yeah, disappointing, but as Tom Kohler-Cadmore would say himself, if you live by the sword as he does, you sometimes die by the sword.
And he's played really well. Other people would have come in, and what did he finish on the inside?
84.
84. A lot of people would have batted twice as long for that. And gutsed it out harder, and you'd have said, gosh, that was an unbelievable 84. He's really gutsed that out and really sort of kept them at bay. But his 84 was a pretty 84, and he's done it a little quicker, and he can put his feet up in the dressing room a little quicker than others. But it's a good knock. That's a good knock. 84 in this situation is still a decent return. I think most batters would settle for that in any situation.
Yes, disappointing though, having done so much of the hard work, and with the new ball on the horizon, to succumb to a part-time off-spinner. Disappointing end to what was, in every other respect, a very good innings.
124 balls and 13 fours and 1 6.
So Ben Green is the new batsman. Young Devonian, or youngish Devonian. Been around for a few years now, has Ben Green. He's 25. This is his 16th first-class game of cricket for Somerset. And his role is to stay there. Prest tosses this one up, and Green, who's a tall man, 6'3" again, I think, stretches forward, possibly 6'4", that military moustache.
Has he?
Yeah.
Guardsman Green.
Absolutely, that's exactly what he looks like. He'd look wonderful in a bearskin. Prest tosses this one up, and Green strokes it away through the offside for 4 runs. Big gap there. I was looking for the offside sweeper, but of the offside sweeper there was no sign, because there isn't one. 4 runs.
Don't get too carried away, Mr. Prest. Once turned out of the rough and you bowled Kohler-Cadmore, but don't keep slinging it that wide.
258 for 6. Prest to Green. Green stuns this down into the onside, back on his stumps, playing the ball off the pitch, which is possible because there is turn, but it's quite a slow turn for the most part. Prest bowls quicker ball, and this is played through the hands of Fletcher Middleton at forward short leg for a single. Applause for a successful over from Tom Prest, who has figures of 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. The wicket in that over of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, clean bowled for 84. And it is surely now just a matter of time before Hampshire seal the win.
2 wickets this morning, 2 wickets this afternoon. Has got Hampshire half of the number of wickets that they needed at the start of play. Yeah, the other thing about Tom Kohler-Cadmore, it was a good innings, of course it was. I think the disappointing thing is, you're right, that's the way he plays, and that's fair enough. But with a Tom Prest, you're getting enough balls that you don't need to be slug sweeping good balls. There's another ball along the road, the next ball probably that you can just push around into the gap and whatever. But that's not his game, of course. There's on the back foot is Green, pushes it out square on the offside, start of a new over from Dawson. So it's just it is a ball that's potentially a wicket-taking one, especially when you're playing across the line the way he does. And it's different if it's a world-class off-spinner. But Tom Prest, of course, is not that yet. That's a little too short there from Liam Dawson, but cut straight to back with a point. Fielded by the said Prest.
Jason Kerr is over there, just the other side of the green seats, next to the the scoreboard. Jason Kerr, I think that's Shane Berger, the batting coach, with him.
Having words. Pushed into the ground. There is a silly mid-off.
They've got ice creams, I think, haven't they?
Is it all coffees?
It could be coffees.
I'm not aware of an ice cream. There might be, actually, on the premises.
I think they're
no, it's
probably
coffees.
coffees.
Yeah, it's coffees. A well-known brand. Here's Dawson Bowls. Mauve Cups. That's pushed out on the onside. There's no. It actually might not be the well-known brand that's in the Mauve Cups, but that well-known brand has Mauve Cups. It's walking past the scoreboard, away to our right now. Change in the field. Looks like we're going to have somebody else coming in close. It's going to be Toby Albert in close on the offside, and Fletcher Middleton switches from off to leg.
Perhaps they're discussing selection for the Kent game, starting a week on Tuesday.
Sure they will.
Given the likely absence of Sean Dixon on paternity leave.
Forward green. Goes that back to Dawson. Dawson's into his 25th over, very nearly the end of it. Going to be a change of commentary in this after this over, where Anthony Gibson will stay, and then Dave Allen will come in for me. As Liam Dawson comes in and bowls, Green quietly prods that on the onside. He stays on 5-20 to Lewis Gregory, and that's a maiden over for Liam Dawson.
Yes, Somerset lost 2 wickets early on this morning. Those of the overnight not-out batsman. Sean Dixon was clean bowled by Mohammed Abbas with a really good one for 63. And then Andy Umi got another good ball from Mohammed Abbas that lifted and took the outside edge and comfortably caught by Liam Dawson at first slip. And similar pattern to the start of the afternoon session. 2 wickets falling relatively quickly. James Rew caught behind off Liam Dawson. It's Tom Press bowling now, and this one bounces and goes past the outside edge. There's lots more crackling going on in my earphones. Might be the computer. This is pressed, swept for 4 runs by Lewis Gregory. Slog swept, in fact, because it went through mid-wicket. Tossed up by Prest, inviting the pull shot. Yeah, and just to complete that, and then James Rew caught behind for 36, and then in Tom Prest's previous over, Tom Kohler-Cadmore going for a very similar shot to the one that has just been executed by Lewis Gregory, but missing it and being bowled for a very handsome 84. Prest is in and bowls, and Gregory gets another short one, which he turns down to a backward square leg. Mohammed Abbas is around to do the fielding, but can't prevent the single, which takes Gregory on to 25, 264 for 6. Somerset needing another 238 runs to win in 53 overs. Thereabouts, and this is played into the offside by Ben Green, but they've only got 4 wickets left, and we're after the end of this partnership, we're into the bowlers. Oh, and this is played just wide of Fletcher Middleton at forward short leg. Would have been a reflex catch if he'd taken it. It just flew past him off the middle of the bat. Ben Green onto 6. 265 for 6. Wagner, Brooks and Shoaib Bashir, the batsman to come for Somerset. This is tossed right up and driven away through the offside. Toby Albert will field. They walk a single. It concludes the over. It's 266 for 6. Gregory has 26 from 39 deliveries, and Ben Green 6.
I'm going to do 1 or 2 very quick things I promised earlier on about records, which I think don't have any great significance. Although I'd like to thank the information about the 2007 game, which I missed. It is a bit of an odd one because the second innings lasted 1.5 overs and the third innings no overs at all. It was a forfeit. But it was, strictly speaking, a 4th innings chase, and Hampshire won it with 3-3-1 for 5. Dawson bowls. It's just played back up the pitch. But more specifically, I was asked about highest totals to draw a game Well, on this ground, it's 366 for 8 by Hampshire against Yorkshire in 2007. That was 105 overs. In comes Dawson. He bowls and oh well. I don't know what he was trying to do there, Gregory. Well, I do know what he's trying to do. Give himself some room, and Dawson has a shout. LBW, and Anthony's having a look at it. It looked like it kept a bit low, but probably just going down leg, I think.
Yeah,
but
just going down leg.
Yeah, not the wisest.
Went on with the arm.
Shots, really. Dawson bowls, and that's played back defensively. The other, the highest score to draw a game by Hampshire's opponents was in 2019. It was Warwickshire again, the feature. 347 for 8 and 106 overs. There have been 2 bigger scores in Hampshire's history. That's played better out on the offside, but backward of square to the sort of deepish gully. In 1911 and 2005, and Hampshire against Kent and Kent against Hampshire, they went over 400, well over 400, and drew the games. But that's not terribly relevant here, I don't think.
Nope.
Wasn't
don't
the most,
think it is.
No, wasn't the most elegant of defensive shots. No, I don't think they are relevant really. But they both went about 140 overs, which we shan't quite get that here today. We could get up to about 120. And Gregory's not playing this easily, I think. No. I'd say there was a bounce to that one, and just drops out on the offside. Doesn't quite look comfortable. It's a maiden over anyway. Dawson 26 overs, 2 for 78.
So how many overs have we got before the new ball?
It's the last one, isn't it?
This is the last one.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess they'll take it, won't they? I can't see. Well, actually, I'm sure they'll take it now, because there are people, well, there is a person at least, rolling about on the floor doing those kinds of exercises. Another thing that I never saw Derek Shackleton do. But
yes, it's Mo Abbas, I think, isn't it? It's just yeah, it is. There it is.
I wonder. I can't remember things like this now. The first generation of pace bowlers that would suddenly do all sorts of elaborate exercises in the outfield.
Preston's in the bowls, and Green back on his stumps, just defending, keeping that ball down into the onside. No run.
Some people who are younger will think it's just commonplace. That's what they've always done. But it isn't.
Preston and bowls. This is shorter and quicker, and again defended by Ben Green. He's got forward short leg and a slip, so Hampshire not over attacking. They only really need one more wicket to be sure of victory. This is driven by Green, but goes backward of square and is picked up by Keith Barker, who hasn't been doing any warm-up exercises, so remains to be seen. Might be James, might be Fuller and Mohammed Abbas. We will see. Preston and bowls, and Green is right forward, rather plunging forward at that, which is fine, except if the ball does take the edge, it will fly.
You don't think your nemesis will take the new ball then?
No,
Somerset's nemesis.
I haven't noticed him warming up though.
No.
Preston's in and bowls, and this appeal for LBW, but to me he was a long way outside. Off stump, or his pad was a long way outside the off stump when it was struck. He's there at shortish mid-wicket, Kyle Abbott, and Green back on his stumps. Defending, out into the onside. Mr. Abbott is walking towards, and he's being tossed the ball, which he's going to hand to... No, he's not. He's going to have a practice delivery to Nick Gubbins, who doesn't stop it, and will now have to retrieve the old ball from about 10 yards inside the boundary, away on the right-hand side of the ground. The new ball's been taken.
Just what you like, isn't it? A nice trot into the outfield that you don't need to do on a hot day like this. Yeah.
So it will indeed be Somerset's nemesis.
When they come to write the narrative of this game, it will revolve entirely around the Somerset first innings, won't it?
Yes, that's been the difference between the two sides.
Yeah. they've played very well today, Somerset,
Yeah.
but that first innings is done for them.
Yeah, as so often. As so often. Top order batting has had a fragility about it for the last umpteen seasons, and no amount of shuffling the pack in terms of personnel has been able to solve the problem. Although, to be fair, Somerset have got a fair stack of batting points
Okay.
this season.
Yep.
But they tended to be against the weaker sides.
Yeah. It's I mean, I was thinking about it, reflecting on it this morning, that Somerset, I reckon Somerset and Hampshire, the two sides have been longest now in the first division, and
Somerset is longest.
yeah, that's right, and yet neither of them have managed to win the trophy, and both of them have come very close, and it's almost as though Hampshire are about 3 years behind Somerset, where you had those years of great promise and disappointment, and certainly deserved
2010,
yeah.
2019, 2016,
Yeah.
the three times we were diddled out of the county championship.
Certainly deserved it, and then we haven't been diddled out of it recently, but we've come very close, and I just suspect, when you look at the age of this side, that we are about to have that same experience that you're now going through, which is the challenge of then rebuilding the next one. And A, retaining that place in the first division as long as possible, and B, being able to challenge again for that title.
We're not missing any cricket. One
No.
of the ground staff is excavating a hole
Yeah.
at the pavilion end of the pitch.
The conversation at Hampshire at the moment revolves almost entirely around the three senior pace bowlers, and everybody's saying. And last year in the 50 Over Cup, we had a highly promising trio: Jack Campbell, Scott Curry, and John Turner. And Turner's gone on being promising this season, but it's interesting to note that all three of them are currently unfit. So you just wonder. Anyway, Kyle Abbott it is. Bowls pushed on the onside, no run. Abbott so far bowled 9 overs, 0 for 27, hasn't managed a maiden, but has only gone at 2.9, so economical, but not. He's only taken one in the game, actually. I was making that comment on the first day that he's one of the guys who's just coming back from 5.5 weeks of not bowling, and I think it just must take, at this level and with this experience, it must take some time just to get back into that rhythm as he bowls again, and it's clipped away on the onside. There's an attempt at a diving stop, and I think that the ball wins. 4 runs to Gregory.
Judging by the bowler's reaction, that was turned through mid-wicket off middle stump.
Yeah, I think it probably was, yeah, although it was a more comfortable shot by Gregory than some that he tried against the spin in the last over, so maybe he's a more comfortable player when the ball's coming on. I don't know. 270 for 6. It's a sort of sultry afternoon, really. It's not blazing hot and bright blue as it has been in the last couple of days, as Abbott bowls,
Shot.
and Gregory plays that
What a lovely
beautifully. Between mid-off and extra cover for 4 runs. Absolutely terrific shot. I've decided he's definitely more comfortable against pace.
shot. Reminiscent of Michael Proctor, that shot through the offside. I saw Procky get his hat-trick at Northlands Road.
What did you know? I can't remember that.
Yeah, I bet you can.
I was, funnily enough, I was
Gillette's semi-final or Benson
B&H semi-final. Yeah, that's right. I was sat with Nigel Cowley, who came in just after it and actually made a 50 and nearly got Hampshire over the line. Abbott bowls.
Oh.
And,
He's gone.
I was going to say plays and misses, but he doesn't play and miss. He gets a nick. It's caught behind. So Abbott, after 2 fours, Abbott has his revenge, and 274 for 7.
Yeah, he didn't wait for the umpire.
No.
Did Lewis Gregory? He knew he'd got a nick, and he just set off for the pavilion. It's batted well for 34, but really when Tom Kohler-Cadmore went, all reasonable hope went with him.
Yeah.
And now Lewis Gregory is gone. That's the last of the all-rounders.
Yeah,
Just the bowlers to come.
new ball should be a matter of time. There's one interesting little story about that Proctor hat-trick. Well, there are any number of interesting stories. Of course, Gloucester went on to win the trophy, which was terrific, and broke our hearts because we were never getting into any kind of semi-final finals in those days. The interesting thing that day is that Richard Gilliatt was injured and couldn't play, and so there was Richards and Greenidge and Turner, and I think John Rice was the last one in the hat-trick. And Proctor, of course, was bowling famously round the wicket, bowling as he did. But if Richard Gilliatt had played, he would have come in on the hat-trick ball, and he was left-handed.
Yeah.
And you just wonder, don't you? Just think, well, okay, would that have been different? But it was.
We welcome listeners
thrilling.
to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
Okay.
With the news that Somerset have just lost their seventh wicket.
Yeah.
And Hampshire are on the verge of sealing a convincing win here at the Ageas Bowl. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me is Dave Allen, the Hampshire honorary archivist and historian. The story of the day's play is that Somerset lost 2 early wickets, both of the overnight batsmen being out in the first 20 minutes of the day. Then we had a splendid partnership between James Rue and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, which took Somerset through until lunch, and then after lunch James Rue was out, caught behind off Liam Dawson for 36, but the key wicket, that of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, was taken by the part-time off-spin of Tom Prest, who got one to turn from out of the rough. Kohler-Cadmore went for a slog sweep, missed, and was bowled for 84, but it was a fine innings of 84, a counter-attacking innings of 84. But with Kohler-Cadmore went Somerset hopes.
But inland bowls, and that's played out quite nicely. That tumbling stop in the covers, there's no run there. He's got 3 slips, Abbott, and then 3 men in a line on the offside. Point cover mid-off, quite conventionally. Mid-on, mid-wicket, effectively saving 1. Men down close to us. We're in the hotel, for those of you that know the Ageas Bowl, right at the top of the hotel, right at the top of the very warm hotel today, and there's a man down below us at long leg who's the only man outside the inner ring, and 3 slip fielders. Abbott is bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, and played quite comfortably up to mid-off, and there's no run, and you'll hear smattering applause from a fairly sparse crowd, and the end of a good over from Abbott, his first wicket in the innings. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35, and Somerset 274 for 7. In theory, at least need 228 to win.
Or they could survive for another 47 overs,
yeah.
But I think that's fairly unlikely as well, given that the only batsmen to come are Jack Brooks, who confidently told me last night he wouldn't have to bat today. Well, I think he probably will. And Shoaib Bashir. Neil Wagner can bat. He's got a decent... He averages... This is his 201st first-class game of cricket. He averages just under 17. And he's hit 9 50s in his first-class career, with a best of 70. If he could produce 70 and support Ben Green, who's the not-out batsman at the other end, then Somerset would be very grateful indeed. We've got Mo Abbas, who has a better record on this ground than any other bowler on a single ground currently playing cricket or in the last 30 years. Thank you, Steve Pittard. Mo Abbas is in and bowls outside the off-stump, and no shot from Ben Green, goes through to keeper Ben Brown. It is very hot here at the Ageas Bowl. It's hot and humid, sultry, Dave Allen described it as just now, and I think that's just about right. There's high cloud, which means that the sunshine is rather milky, but temperature well up in the 20s. That's in our camera gantry, and be 2 or 3 degrees higher than that out there in the middle. Abbas to Green, who plays this to short mid-wicket. So the Hampshire players will be grateful to their fast bowlers, if this can be finished sooner rather than later. They won't want to stay out there for a minute longer than they have to.
I noticed incidentally that Essex have declared and Middlesex are required to score 445 in a day and a half. Essex need to win that to keep the championship race alive, really.
They must be fairly confident. Ageas in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Ben Green, which is presumably why Radio 5 Live Sports Extra are with us, because they're between innings.
Yes.
At Chelmsford.
It had run through my head that was why. It's either that or they think we're so splendid that they can't resist us.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, they might get the denouement of this game. Although I think it's 3 wickets in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Doubt it. Ageas in and bowls, and defensive shot from Ben Green.
It's not a 3 wicket in 10-minute pitch, is it? Really, on the whole.
No, it isn't. It's been a slow pitch throughout. It's offered some spin. And in this Somerset second innings, 2, 3 wickets have fallen to seam and 4 to spin. As Ageas is in and bowls, and again it's outside the off stump, and again there's no shot from Ben Green. Dixon didn't add to his overnight 63. He was bowled by Mohammed Ageas with a really good ball that beat his outside edge and knocked back his off stump off the 5th ball of his first over of the morning. It was actually the 2nd over of the day, and then shortly afterwards Andy Umeed got another good ball from Mo Ageas, which lifted and took the edge of his bat and was comfortably caught by Liam Dawson at first slip. Ageas in bowls and defended by Ben Green into the onside. Maiden over from Mohammed Ageas, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 14, continuing his remarkable record here at the Ageas Bowl, which Steve Pittard informs me has brought him 73 wickets before this game, so 75 now, at an average of 14.47. Remarkable record at the Ageas Bowl.
Steve Pittard must spend an enormous amount of time doing
Well, he's
this.
retired now as joint landlord of the Rose and Crown. He used to be better known as Eli. So he does have a bit more time on his hands. And he loves doing it, so he tells me.
Sure. It is Kyle Abbott to bowl from the pavilion end, round the wickets.
Shot.
And it's driven really well past him, going straight up behind him for 4 runs. Underneath the Rod Bransgrove pavilion. 4 runs to him and 278 for 7.
South African to South African.
Yeah.
Wagner, of course, born in South Africa, immigrated to New Zealand, born in Pretoria, not far from where Roloff van der Merwe was born, and a similar character, pugnacious.
Yeah. Abbott bowls.
Oh!
And I think Abbott probably won that battle overall then. It was a terrific shot, previous ball, and actually that's what happened in the last over. Abbott was hit from 4, and the next one through the defences, and this one has just taken the bails off. Actually hasn't disrupted the stumps terribly much, but Wagner bowled Abbott 4 off 4 balls, so strike rate of 100.
Just clipped the outside of the off stump.
Not quite what Somerset needed at that point. And here we are coming up to 2:30 with a fixed final day tea time, so although actually if one more wicket falls, I guess I can't remember the
They'll
regulations
carry on,
at tea, they keep going, don't they? So I think we are quite close to a finish now, really.
Well, I hope our listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra caught that wicket.
Yes. Yes, let's hope. Yes, bit of excitement there. Yeah.
Ben Green standing there looking rather disconsolate with his hands on his hips, his helmet off, waiting for Brooksy Ferret to come out.
So his prediction wasn't right
No,
then.
I'm afraid not.
No, he's got to come out and bat.
I don't think he'll detain us for long, Jack Brooks.
You've mentioned Craig Overton once or twice, and I haven't caught up on this conversation. But is that his season done for?
No. Well, I jolly well hope not.
Okay, just this game.
He was playing. Well, he's playing for Southern Brave, wasn't he? In the 100, based here. And I saw him limping off in the game against the Oval Invincibles.
Okay.
With what I took to be a hamstring injury, but word from the Somerset camp is that it's a back injury that he's got. But I honestly don't know what the prognosis is. But Somerset haven't got a game next week, so the hope must be that he'll be fit to take on Kent at Taunton a week on Tuesday.
Yeah. So,
because they do miss him.
Yeah, sure.
Even with Neil Wagner in the attack, he's the leader of the attack.
So Abbott will bowl to Brooks over the wicket now. He was bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. Still 3 slips, very tightly packed, those slips. And there's a deep gully. Cover mid-off. Mid-on. Mid-wicket. Long leg. And Abbott is in. And bowls and Brooks fences tentatively at that, and it goes through to keeper Ben Brown, and perhaps that's what he meant by he wasn't going to bat today. He said, I might well go out there, but I might not actually bat.
I think he'll probably play a few shots with Jack Brooks. Does, of course, I always say this when Jack Brooks comes out, he has a first-class century to his name. Against Lancashire.
Oh well.
Back in 2017.
Not bad.
At Old Trafford, so he can bat.
Yeah. Well, he's got another opportunity now as Abbott bowls. He lets that one go through. Doesn't get up very much. And James Vince, I mentioned yesterday, James Vince had a trial for a professional club, but I couldn't remember then when it was. I think it was Reading, and but I know his dad's a fan of QPR. It could have been him, but I think it was Reading. Anyway, James Vince keepy-uppy with the cricket ball very impressively, and is now conversing with his vice-captain Nick Gubbins, who's shouting distance away in the covers, but they're coming to some sort of a decision. I don't know what that would be particularly. 278 for 8, not something that they're worrying too much about, I think, as Abbott bowls, and that's played very solid defensive shot by Jack Brooks, and it goes up to Keith Barker at mid-on. And there's no run. There are people dotted about in the stadium today. I think a lot of them choosing to be dotted about under cover. It's because it has been. I think 2 days ago was. Anthony and I think agreed it was the hottest day we'd ever watched cricket. And I've watched 5 days in a Barbados Test match, but it was unbelievable up here 2 days ago. It's not quite like that today. Bowls, and Brooks has a flash really, and didn't move his feet in the slightest, flashed his bat, missed it. Ben Brown takes it, end of the over. The dotted about audience applauds. 278 for 8.
Yeah, there's quite a few people, mostly Hampshire supporters down below us, and the Somerset supporters, and there are quite a few of them as well, are congregated at the other end of the ground in the stand next to the member stand next to the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion. They've not been in good voice, the Somerset supporters. It wasn't, I think, during the Rue and Cola Cadmore partnership, spirits lifted. I think once James Rue was out after lunch, the outcome became pretty inevitable. Here's Mohammed Abbas to bowl to Ben Green, who's beaten outside the off stump. At least I think he was beaten. He might say that he'd played quite deliberately inside the line.
Yeah, he might.
That ball.
I'm not sure. He comes down and has a prod of the pitch, which always makes me think that actually it did something, and he would like to persuade you.
I'll just do this over, and then I'll hand over to Kevin James for the last knockings of this game of cricket. It's on the assumption that Messrs Brooks and Bashir will not detain us long. Ageas in and bowls, and Green, who's evidently determined to sell his wicket dearly, just plays that solidly out into the offside. Just the 2 slips for Ben Green, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Toby Albert being sent back to deepish mid-wicket, 25 yards in from the boundary rope on the right-hand side of the ground as we look towards the pavilion and the very handsome woods beyond. Ageas to Green. Green again plays a defensive push into the offside, and Hampshire will be pleased with a pretty workmanlike overall performance, Kev.
Yeah, I don't think anything's happened that we kind of didn't suspect was going to happen today. We knew it was going to be difficult to Hampshire to get through these last 8 wickets, but there's been pockets of resistance, some good pockets of resistance, but I think pretty much we're into the afternoon, well into the afternoon, and we're probably about where we thought we might be.
Ageas comes loping in, he's there in bowls, and again, good ball, well played, solid defence. Ben Green's only got another 44 overs and 2 balls to get through in the company of Jack Brooks and Shoaib Bashir. I'm not sure that those two will show quite so much application as Big Ben. Big Ben can hit a long ball. He captained Somerset in the One Day Cup last season. This season was snapped up by Welsh Fire at the last minute and did pretty well for them. 25-year-old Exonian, short. Doesn't bowl many short ones, Mohammed Ageas. That was much too short. It was angled across Ben Green, who had nothing whatever to do with it. Tall and slim Mohammed Ageas is good now as he's ever been.
Well, yeah, he's had 5 weeks off, so I guess he's starting the season again, so he should be fresh.
Did he go back to India, or did he say?
No, his family came over apparently.
To,
apparently he wanted to play 1 or 2 games in the 100, and Hampshire said, no, it's all right, we've got some youngsters, thank you. Not quite like that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. He's in and bowls to Green, who plays that into the offside. It's a maiden over. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 14. Applause from the crowd. Players change ends. Batsmen have a chat in mid-pitch. And no doubt talking tactics. I wonder if Ben Green's saying just try and nick a single and give me the rest of the over. I doubt if that's what Jack Brooks has in mind, but you never know.
All right then, I'll take a break. Thought you were going to go off.
Oh yes, it is my turn to go off. Sorry, I'd forgotten. But I'll make way for Dave Allen, a beg your pardon.
He's immersed in the game, is our Anthony Gibson. He's on the back foot. He's Jack Brooks giving himself some room, and he's lovely shot through point for 4. Nice shot, a little bit too short there from Kyle Abbott. And Brooks was right on top of the bounce there, off the mark. 282 for 8. And 220 runs needed, but of course it's more just waiting for these last 2 wickets to be taken. Certainly the second new ball has worked wonders. In the first over with the second new ball, Lewis Gregory was caught behind off Abbott. The third over with the second new ball, Neil Wagner bowled, played on for 4. Abbott with 2 for 43. He's coming to inspect the fan. He's the engineer man. The fan's up here. He's going to make sure. He's going to give it a certificate. That's pushed away on the onside. For a single, the total moves on to 283 for 8. Everything here needs a certificate. Perhaps we have to. I don't have to sign for it for switching it on.
He's my player of the match. This, honestly, he's my favourite of the entire game.
It's nice to know that somebody listens to you here, Dave.
It is, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we know Ian Pearce does as well, but there's less hot air now, Ian.
Yes. Very true. Yeah, seeing the messaged earlier saying that there's a lot of hot air up here, not just the air around us. Here's Abbott bowling to Ben Green. And bowls Green. Oh, lovely shot through mid-wicket. Beautiful shot. That's not quite a half volley. And he's smoked that through mid-wicket for 4. He moves on to 6. 283 for 8.
Now, the only thing is that in the last 2 overs, previous 2 overs rather, Kyle Abbott has been hit for 4 and has then taken a wicket with the next ball. So we shall see whether there is a pattern.
What's that?
Well, I'm saying the previous 2 overs, he's been hit for 4 and taken a wicket with the next ball.
Oh, right, yes, of course he has. Yes. Here's Abbott, comes in and bowls to Green, length ball. Green pushes that up past the bowler.
That ruined that one then.
It did.
I love patterns as well. I love those kinds of things.
Don't miss anything much, Dave. So we have just over 11 overs till tea, which, assuming these 2 and Bashir bat up until the break, will probably take us just past the scheduled break of 10 past 3. As Brown's forward, Abbott tries to kick the ball back, misses, it goes up to mid-off.
But if 9 down, the scheduled tea could suddenly drift and drift, couldn't it?
It could.
Yeah, you'll have to get tea cozies out to keep the pot warm.
Yeah. It's one of those situations that when the 9th wicket goes down, you absolutely do wish that the 10th goes down as very quickly afterwards. Don't want to be hanging around here. Not with the result seemingly inevitable now. They've done well today, Somerset, certainly a lot better than the first innings, but it was always a huge mountain for them. Ben Green clips that away behind square on the leg side. Nice shot. Full and straight there from Kyle Abbott. And Ben Green hits the 3rd 4 off that over. And Somerset move on to 291 for 8 in their second innings. They are still 211 runs away from winning this game. Just thought I'd mention that, just for the record, more than anything. And Green has 14, Brooks has 5, and Abbott now 2 for 52 from 12.
Yes, he's sort of oddly expensive, although he's taken 2 key wickets. But I've got to say, it would suit. I said to my wife, I reckon it might finish by about 3, and it would suit me for one simple reason, which has got nothing to do with cricket. It's got to do with driving on warm afternoons. And when I leave here, as I normally do at about 6 o'clock, I have to spend the first half an hour negotiating about 1.5 miles with all these people who want to go to Southampton, and when I don't want to go to Southampton, but I have to get through them. Whereas at 3 o'clock they probably won't be there.
Of
They'll
course.
still be working.
So we lose you at tea time. I remember you saying yesterday. That's right, we do.
Well,
But I mean, you should be about right anyway, I think.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
That would do today, really. Is this me? It is me.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Abbas. Bowls, I beg your pardon. Abbas bowls, and Brooks, who has now scored 5, having told Anthony that he wouldn't have to bat today. Certainly has now scored 5. He just pushes that up to mid-off and there's no run.
Never take at face value what Jack Brooks says.
Umpire comes down and just checks the footmarks, but I'm not sure. I mean, I suppose umpires are kind of dutiful souls, aren't they, really? They just play by the book. You'd think with a score of 291 for 8, you wouldn't be too troubled with the effect of footmarks, and Brooks ducks under a quite rapid bouncer from Mohamed Abbas, who's not the quickest on the circuit, but just can let it go occasionally, and that one does just climb a bit. It's got 2 slips and a short mid-wicket, deep point. There is a man out at mid-wicket, close to the boundary, and a man out at long leg, almost at the boundary, and that's a really awkward ball, and it almost has the effect that he wanted there, as Brooks is partly ducking underneath it and partly fending it off, and it's come off some part of him or his glove or bat, which counts as a run, so it wasn't a leg by. He was taking evasive action and waving his I think he's got an arm guard, I can't quite see, waving that at it anyway. It runs away down to long leg and he comes through for a single. So Abbas, who doesn't often bowl like that, seems to have decided, to be mean and a bit short, at least at Brooks. He's in again a bowl, so that's shortish, and that also ricochets off something. I think probably his shoulder in that case.
He didn't play that very well.
No, he didn't. I think Abbas has figured that these two guys are not too enthusiastic at being attacked by something short. Abbas is one of those classic fast medium bowlers who attacks the top of off stump normally and just does a little bit this way and a little bit that way, and almost metronomic. He's having a conversation with Keith Barker probably about that.
They do. Well, Barker and Abbott are always in his ear about bowling short.
And in he comes again, and that's a more conventional, slightly short of a length, so he can play it on the back foot standing up, but it's just played out defensively. There's no run. Ben Green on 14, but he's just mixing it up a bit there.
Yeah, well worth it.
Yeah, sure.
And if they go after it, there is a man out in the deep.
And other than James Fuller, who hasn't taken the new ball, there isn't anyone who particularly does that job that Fidel Edwards would have done, or back in your day Malcolm Marshall. Here's Abbas again, and that's certainly short, and he just kind of had a wave at that, doesn't get anything on it. Ben Brown takes it and then turns around and waves at the pavilion about something, probably a helmet, I suspect. Whether they're
we're going to get some spin on it.
Either getting some spin on, or he's going to stand up. Well, he's not going to stand up to that kind of stuff, but it's probably. Yeah, it looks to me like Liam Dawson is. Yes, Liam Dawson is on.
Yeah, I think the new ball's done its job, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's picked up 2 wickets. It's got rid of Gregory. It's got rid of Wagner, and now with the very low ordering. No offence to Ben Green, is a little bit better than that, but I think the spin now should just about finish it off. Don't think there's any need for bowlers to run in this heat now. Just let the spin take its course. Harder ball, so it should do it a little quicker.
Yeah.
Should bounce a little bit more for the spinners as well.
Bit more of a seam.
Yeah. So Liam Dawson, Hampshire's premier spinner, as you would expect, into the attack. He has 2 for 78 from 26. Just interesting. I'm just wondering if Abbas might get another over or 2 before maybe a Tom Prest will get another go. Actually, we'll have to wait and see. It doesn't matter if the spinners are a little expensive now. 210 are needed. You can afford to have a man or 2 around the bat, and then just wait for one to do something. He's bowling to Jack Brooks here. Brooks just plays it on the back foot. Now, will Jack Brooks play a big shot? Is he one of those lower order batters that they play nice and pretty for a few balls and then they get bored?
Yeah.
They do. And then they have a little heave because they think, actually, well, I could do this, but now I'll try something else.
Yeah.
Invariably is the downfall. We'll have to wait and see. I know Jack Brooks is quite an intelligent guy, so wait and see. Nice shot off the back foot, but straight to extra cover. I'm sure he would prefer Dawson out there, which is why they get a little bit too confident, because they see the spin on, and they much prefer that than having 1 or 2 short balls coming at them. Here's Dawson, bowls. That's turned, but wide. Nicely played by Jack Brooks. He played inside the line, didn't follow it. I like that.
Bounced a bit. It was quite slow turn, wasn't it? But certainly discernible turn.
Yeah, not great ball. Too short, too wide.
Yeah.
Here's Dawson again, bowled. Jack Brooks on the back foot, strokes it nicely into the covers. See, he's starting to get confident now. See, we'll see what happens. Maybe not this over, maybe the over next time. We'll have to wait and see. Short leg, Fletcher Middleton goes over to Silly Middle. 292 for 8 here. Brooks plays forward and he's bowled. It's gone through his defences, and I think that's turned from straight and hit off stump. Brooks probably feels he hasn't done a lot wrong there.
No.
Not sure he got a long way forward. You watch it on the live picture feed, have a look at this. Pitches, and that's turned.
Yeah.
It's straightened, and that is pitched in exactly the right area for Liam Dawson. And Brooks goes for 6, and Somerset now a 9 down, and with about 22 minutes until tea, I think we can almost predict that this game is very unlikely to go into the final session.
Yeah, I think it is.
And Dave will go and not worry that he's left me and Anthony to it.
Well,
Which
I
of course
wasn't.
would be your main.
No, I wasn't going to do that. I was just saying I hope that that's when it finishes. If it didn't finish, I would stick around.
No, I remember you saying yesterday you'd like to go at tea. So listen, we've got no. You've been
No, not today.
magnificent. Oh, next week.
This is the last day of the last game, and my great buddy has got his 70th birthday party, and I have to go and sing to him. So, yeah.
Whoa! What a treat!
What a treat! What a treat!
I haven't heard you sing it, Dave.
No, it's a shame, isn't it? There are enough people have. No, I don't have to go today. I can be here. It's just that it would suit me very much not to have to drive towards Portsmouth mingled with 350,000 people going to Southampton. That's all.
Yes. Last man, Shoaib Bashir, is... Where is he? There he is. Amongst a crowd of players walking to this end to face Liam Dawson, who has one ball left of his 27th over. He has 3 for 78. Somerset 292 for 9. Still 200 behind, 210 behind. So even if they eke out a few more runs, it's going to be a fairly big win for Hampshire here. Be their third on the trot here. Second on the trot, having won last year by an innings and 113. So 292 for 9. There is 3 men around the bat for Bashir. Dawson round the wicket then. Bowls. Bashir's forward. Plays that out on the leg side where there's a gap. And he'll keep the strike.
Which Hampshire won't mind in the slightest. No. Keith Barker didn't rush for that one. So I was just checking through the scorecard. So I've got Barker, Dawson and Gubbins, who've all made the score, the honours board in the Robin Smith suite, but for having taken either 5 wickets in an innings or scored a century. We don't update it after every match, but as we approach the end of the season, I shall have to put that all together and send it into the office and say, get your letter set out, or whatever the people use in the modern world. And will Somerset make 300? Whether they do or not doesn't matter, but sometimes people feel nicer about it. Mohammed Abbas is just directing the field. The man at mid-wicket is going to leg slip. I think that's Tom Prest, and Nick Gubbins is coming across from his usual cover position to mid-wicket. So got a close-in mid-off, slightly deeper mid-on, mid-wicket certainly saving 1, and a point saving 1, and Bass bowls, and it's played quite nicely off his legs by Bashir, so I suggested that Hampshire wouldn't mind Bashir keeping the strike, but he's given it away first ball. So Ben Green can see what he might do. 294 for 9.
16 points for a win.
Yeah,
yeah,
and
just
6 more.
The live total. When, I mean, I think we can safely say if and when, or as and when, Hampshire will move to 156 points. Currently on the live table, Essex have 171 in second.
And that's just played fairly defensively, really, but it's just played with the pace of the ball out to the man deep at point, and they take a single, so Bashir comes back, and the man at deepish point is now next to the square leg umpire, who's a point umpire, if you understand my meaning. He hasn't moved across, or he thinks he can get a better sight of what's going on from point, which is on the groundsman's side of the ground, and Abbas bowls short, and it's helped round the corner by Bashir down to long leg for a single. 2-9, I think it's 297. Sometimes the scoreboard catches me out by being so rapid, and actually I think now it has done that again. It's 296 for 9. Not that that's a crucial bit, well, there isn't any crucial bit of information just at the moment. If there's a partnership of 180 for the 10th wicket, I shall get very excited about all sorts of records. That's again very short, and it's just off an edge there, but it's running away to third man for 4 runs. So Abbas is Anthony's absolutely delighted now that Somerset have got past 300. So there we are. Bits of applause here and there. I mean, there really aren't that many people any longer in the ground watching. I think they're all at the ice cream. There isn't actually an ice cream van. There's an ice cream box in the bar in the atrium. So I think people are queuing up there for choc ices. Mo Abbas is in. He bowls, and again it's short, but Green is up on his toes. 19 not out, and beat him for 40 balls, so he's doing okay. He just plays that out defensively. No run. The sun has broken through again. As I said earlier that it was sultry. It was a kind of very lethargic day. It's the kind of day that novelists of private detectives in Los Angeles would have written, really. But Philip Marlowe would have been mopping his brow. Abbas bowls, again short, over his shoulder this time. Green just lets it through to Ben Brown, and there's no run. Whereas now, we had a correspondent earlier who was having fun on Hayling Beach, I seem to remember, or perhaps in the garden at home. I had a summer student job selling ice creams on Hayling Beach, and we never had one day in the summer that was like this. And I hardly sold any ice creams, and I was on commission. It was a terrible job. Dang. I just walked up and down the beach hoping, and mostly what I did was to eat my profits in choc ices during the day. It wasn't my favourite. I've always been a completely hopeless salesman, and selling ice creams to hot English people was no better than anything else.
You'd be cleaning up on a day like today, Dave. Here's Dawson from the pavilion end. Can he finish it off in this over? Bashir faces, goes for the hoik. It's in the air. It's safe because there's nobody out deep on the leg side, and that's plugged a bit in the outfield. So Keith Barker's going to have to run after that from mid-wicket, almost reluctantly. I think he was hoping that would go over the rope, but that was right off the toe of the bat. But nobody is out deep, so that will be 3 runs to Bashir. He's off the mark, and it's 300. That should be 303 for 9, shouldn't it?
Yes, it should. Absolutely, because they got 300. Because Anthony was cheering excitedly in the last over when they got to 300.
This is over. It's moved.
There it is, 303 for 9.
So there's still the same. Oh, actually, there was a plug in the on the leg side. Oh, it's followed the batter, and it's almost crept through as Green was trying to give himself some room. Might just have got the bat down in time before it hit the pad. Dawson was up there anyway. It's one of those that just slides in, and the batter thinks, oh, it's outside off stump, I'll have a little push through the offside, and the ball follows you. Almost got through. Here's Dawson. Bowls, and that's on the line of leg stump. Green. Out on the leg side. Prestfields. Tom Prest, who's picked up his first-class championship wicket today, and it's a good one. Kola Cadmore, the second wicket to fall after lunch. Trying to slog sweep Preston. He got bowled for 84. Ball turned out of the rough. There's Dawson bowls Green forward. Well, Bashir looks as though he's just going to take it on, and
it
looks like
might as well.
Bashir's just going to enjoy himself. It seems to be the plan. Bashir's on 6, by the way, because the scoreboard was slow moving over. He's at the non-striker. Here's that's bounced and turned, but a good leave and a good take from Ben Brown. That certainly arrived higher than he would have expected, having bit into the wicket. Good take from the keeper. He's been good behind the stumps, isn't he, Ben Brown?
Yep.
We've got James Rue. Picked him up when Dawson had him caught behind. He was driving out of the rough, a left-hander. That's played on the onside. Somerset live on. We have 12 minutes to go until the tea break. 39 overs minimum left in the day's play. We will go to tea at 3:10 regardless, because it's the last day. So, we won't, because it's 9 down.
Yeah, 9
right.
down.
Yeah, thinking, gosh. So we need this 10th wicket pretty quick, Dave.
Yeah. Middlesex have lost their first wicket already. They need another 421. They're 24 for 1.
Against Essex.
Yeah. De Geer's got loads of wickets. You remember when he bowled here earlier in the season and took wickets, and people said he doesn't bowl much and so on. I think he got 10 in the match or something. actually opened the bowling second innings.
Wow.
So,
this will be an interesting move because Tom Prest is on now, and I think Bashir certainly won't resist. But there's no deep mid wicket or nothing out there, so there's a tempting little area for him if he wants to go after it.
Well, he's in and bowls, gives it a bit of air, and actually that just comes off an inside edge, backward a square. But for a moment there, Fletcher Middleton was interested in the possibility of even possibly a bat and pad catch. I think it came straight off the bat, but Tom Prest bowls. It's just short of a length, and for sure that's a hoik round the corner, backward a square, fielded out near the boundary. They sort of
never in doubt.
Wander through for a single. No.
Shot was never going to be in doubt.
Wander through for a single there. So that will be Ben Green to face Tom Prest. I think they've done a couple of things with Tom Prest in this game. They pushed him up above Ben Brown yesterday afternoon, which I thought was wise. It gives that lots of air, and it's just forward defensively kill shot to me. I don't think that was a comment on Ben Brown, although he's a bit short of runs this season. I think it was just an opportunity to get Prest in at a point where he was likely to score a few.
Yeah.
And he got, I think, 30 odd, I can't remember. And now the same. It's just, let's have a look at this bowling. Let's get you used to bowling in the Championship. Pushes that just backward a square on the leg side, and they think briefly about a single, which would have been bonkers, and Fletcher Middleton comes around and picks it up. Prest is in again. That's a loose ball down leg side, which Ben Brown does well enough to take. Ben Green having failed to connect. I think this is going to be my last comment of this match. I'll just say how much I've enjoyed it, being with the pair of you. It's been good fun, and I shall hand over to Anthony and you to I assume to conclude the game.
Thank you very much, Dave. Dave Allen there. He was trying to get home before those pesky people from Southampton block his path. End of the over then. Now, here's a tweet. Jamal Makhlouf at Somerset. Where do Abbas and Abbott rank in the history of Hampshire's overseas players? Oh, Dave's just gone. Well, he hasn't gone. He's just come off. Must be propelling them up the ranks. Well, I think certainly Abbott's up there. But Dave, I'm sure, will prepare a spreadsheet in due course and ready for the final game against Surrey. Here's Dawson, bowls, and it's turned. And that has beaten Bashir outside the off stump. He says, and I have a second question, but I'll send it separately. But wonderful commentary as always. Thanks for keeping me entertained this week. No problem. Thank you. So Dave will work on that, ready for the final game against Surrey. I should imagine they will be fairly high. Here's Dawson. The game is pushed forward. It's on the offside, no run. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
Yes, for the last rites. The dying embers.
198 to win, but that's very unlikely now, and it's probably mostly unlikely for the second innings. It's pushed out to extra cover, no run.
37.5 overs to get through.
Counting them down, ball by ball. Dawson again looking for his fourth wicket of the innings and to round things off, full delivery, and Bashir is treating him with respect in this over, having had a little slog sweep at him in the last. Might it come yet, because there's still 2 balls left of it. Notice Barker's gone a little deeper at wide mid-on. Silly mid-off now instead of short leg as Dawson bowls. He affords himself a little drive on the up. Bashir doesn't time it.
He does, of course, have his highest first-class score, Shoaib Bashir, against Hampshire. 43 not out.
That was the last game, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. Played quite nicely.
He and James Drew added over 100.
Cuts that one, but gave himself too much room, so he cuts it into the ground. And that's the end of Dawson's over. 29 overs, 3 for 82. That was a maiden.
And from an initial role just supporting James Drew, staying there while James Drew scored the runs, Bashir played some handsome shots of his own towards the end of that innings, if I can find it. But he certainly made 43 not out. Here we are. No, he didn't. He made 44 not out from 61 deliveries, 3 4s and 3 6s. Press bowls to Green, who helps this on its way down to the fine leg boundary, and Moabas makes no attempt to sprint after it, just jogs back down to the fine leg boundary. 4 more to Ben Green, moves on to 23. He's got a best in the county championship of 54, Ben Green. He averages 17 and a quarter, so he's improving his average. He'll want to remain not out. As pressed bowls to him, and he's forward, killing the spin, playing it to Fletcher Middleton under the helmet at forward short leg.
That's the ball Prester's got to bowl more regularly.
He's there again and bowls. Gives this one a good tweak. It's pulled away by Ben Green though for 4 runs.
Too short.
Too short, says Kevin James. Absolutely right. And nicely dealt with by Ben Green though. Just rocked back onto his stumps. Pulled it well in front of square. For 4 runs. Moves on to 27. 312. For 9.
Well, this is an area of his game that he's got to really work on, because there is a spot there for him. Everybody knows he's a talented batter. If he can add the off-spin to his game, then he's got a spot.
Press bowls, tosses this one right up, and Green is forward in defence. There's no run.
He's working hard with Graham Welsh on his action. He bowled a bit in the 50-over competition because Hampshire wanted to get him to get more experienced with this type of bowling.
Bowls now, short again and cut away, but not at full power. Keith Barker goes down in stages at backward point to make the stop, loses his hat in the process, gets a congratulatory low 5 from Toby Albert, and nothing is done. 312 for 9 still. Green on 27. Press going around the wicket now. He's in and bowls and gets a bit of turn there, which well, it just causes a moment's anxiety to Ben Green, who decided earlier on in the piece not to play a shot at it, but he missed the off stump by a good 9 inches. End of that over. 312 for 9. 36 overs remain in the day for these two to survive. Somerset still 190 runs short of winning this game. As things stand, if the wicket were to fall out, Hampshire would win by 189 runs.
Still the 3 men round the bat. Vince at first slip, Prest at gully, Fletcher Middleton at silly mid-off. As he goes for the hoik! Oh, he's missed the stumps and he's missed the shot. I thought that was it for the moment. Oh, watch that on the live picture feed. His front foot is way down the leg side. He's gone for the big one, and that didn't miss by very much. Here comes Dawson. Will Bashir do that again? He goes on the back foot and cuts it away, but well fielded. Toby Albert at the back with a point. Bashir sort of does it once and over, maybe once every over and a bit, so I'm not sure we'll see that again.
It was the turn that that took the ball past the stumps.
Oh, There's Dawson bowls to Bashir, full, works that up to Keith Barker at wide mid-on. Are we going to see another one? At the moment, again, this has gone true to form, where batters sort of look comfortable. I know he's played a silly shot there, but generally, if you play properly again, it just looks easy again. He's trying to drive that. Oh, and there's a half shout for a catch at silly mid-off, but
hard into the ground.
Yeah, quite know why there was even. Well, there was even a half shout. 312 for 9. There's Dawson bowls. Bashir just pushes that away on the offside.
Well, presumably on the basis that Dawson got away with a Corton bowl in the first innings, so it's worth a try.
Very true. Allegedly.
I think it was fairly conclusive, actually.
Not according to the umpires. He's gone for the hoik, misses it really, just about gets a toe end on that, and it goes, well, thick bottom edge actually, goes out on the 45 on the leg side. Well, he tried 2 mows over the leg side, neither worked, but he survived. Maiden over Liam Dawson.
Yes. Not sure there's much point in the prolongation of these proceedings. Absolutely no prospect of play being suspended for bad light or rain, and can't honestly see these two going through a further 35 overs. So, and in the words of Lady Macbeth, if 'twere done when 'tis done, 'twere well it were done quickly. Then we can all get on the road. Press then to Green, who's back on his stumps. Ben Green, who's got 27 to his name from 56 deliveries and batted pretty well. He's got plenty to play for, Ben Green, with Casey Aldridge possibly coming back into the picture for the game against Kent. Green is forward again, killing the spin. Casey Aldridge has been playing for Somerset seconds down at Taunton Vale against Surrey seconds, but he hasn't apparently been bowling. He's been picked as a batsman alone, tossed up, pushed into the offside, and after a moment's hesitation, don't know why they hesitated, there was clearly a single there. They trot through for that single. Takes Green on to 28. Somerset seconds having to follow on against Surrey seconds. Surrey having made 515 in their innings and then bowling Somerset out for 187. I'm not sure what's happened in the Somerset second innings, and I'm not sure I particularly want to know. There's appeal for LBW. Answered in the negative by Rob Bailey.
It's probably done a little too much, though.
Just watching the replay. Pretty good shout. Rob Bailey obviously doesn't reckon it's time for tea just yet. This is wristily played back up the pitch by Ben Green, fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. Sun beating down here at the Ageas Bowl. Crowd quiet. This is Green back on his stumps, playing that into the offside. That I fancy was it a maiden over? Perhaps not. A couple of runs earlier on. 3:13 for 9 at the end of that over. No, only another 34 overs for Somerset to survive.
Well, we would have been having tea had Somerset not been 9 down, so we'll wait a little longer. How long can we play until the umpires decide that
8 overs, I think, isn't it?
8 overs. So from now on we could go down to over number 26 if these two survive.
Look, I think it's actually at the umpire's discretion. I'm not sure.
Well, actually, we had a game here earlier in the season which was very bizarre. Here's Dawson, bowls. Green on the back foot, whips it away on the leg side. Now there could be runs here because, again, there's a bit of a chase for Keith Barker at wide mid-on.
Go on, Keith, go on.
He's pumping those thighs. And the ball stops as he picks it up. And that will be 3 runs to Ben Green. We had a situation, I forget which game it was, Dave might remember, where we went to tea with Hampshire needing 3 to win.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And then we came back out and bowled about 3 balls, and then that was it. So it was very bizarre. So I think the umpire's discretion was not used in that particular occasion. Dawson to Bashir, and Bashir gets a full delivery, works on the 45. That's where Abbott is. No run. Bashir has 7. Green has 31. Haven't had a wicket now for over 20 minutes.
Last wicket fell at 292.
It's gone for a hoik. It's an LBW appeal, and that is that. And Dawson does pick up his 4th wicket. Hampshire pick up their 5th championship win of the season, with Somerset bowled out for 316. Hampshire win this game by 185 runs.
Yeah, good fight put up today by Somerset, but all of the damage done in their first innings when they were bowled out for 137. It was always going to leave them with a mountain to climb, and although we saw fine innings yesterday evening from Sean Dixon, well supported then by Andy Umeed, and when those two were out first thing this morning, Tom Kohler-Cadmore and James Rue with a century partnership briefly raised Somerset hopes of saving the game, but when Rue fell immediately after lunch and Tom Kohler-Cadmore was bowled by Tom Press, that effectively was that. Well played, Hampshire. They've thoroughly deserved their victory. Thank you, Dave Allen, for your company and commentary Thank you, Kevin James. Always a pleasure to come down to the Ageas Bowl, and I don't say that through gritted teeth, really. But yeah, it's been the only thing wrong with this game of cricket has been the pitch, which has been a bit slow, and it's led to some fairly attritional cricket at times. But Hampshire, having clearly the better of Somerset, thoroughly deserving a convincing win.
Just one quick footnote then, the live table sees Hampshire move to 156 points. Essex currently with 171 in second, but of course their match is ongoing with Middlesex and they'll probably win that as well. So I think the best you can say about that is that Hampshire have strengthened their position in third, and probably just as well with Lancashire winning their game. So applause for the Hampshire team as they walk off. Thank you as well to Anthony as well. And yep, we'll do it all again soon.